Dear international rectors and distinguished guests, good morning. On behalf of Uluslararasılaşma University, we would like to welcome you to our joint activity with Community of Mediterranean Universities. Community of Mediterranean Universities and Uluslararasılaşma University have organized a half-day workshop on internationalization of higher education. And this morning, we are very happy to host this international event at Uluslararasılaşma University. First part of the workshop is dedicated to opening remarks. We would like to invite the General Secretary of Community of Mediterranean Universities, Professor Francesco Losurdo, to give his opening speech. Floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable colleagues, I would like to thanks first of all the Uluslararasılaşma University for this meeting, for the organization. It's a special organization, and the director of the same university, and I introduce my organization and the activity of my organization, of the Community of Mediterranean University, and let me tell you about the greetings of the honorary President, Professor Luigi Ambrosi of the CMU. As in our tradition, we organize every year a meeting and on an issue of common interest. We think about this, and in this occasion we discuss about the present and the future of higher education in the Mediterranean area, but at the international level too. It's important that we discuss about this topic because there are, especially in the Mediterranean area, some phenomena that we will deep, because there is a problem of recognition of the title of higher education, the risk of over-education, and is running the brain drain and the brain waste in the Mediterranean area. Is a problem of market, is a problem of regulation, and a problem of harmonization of the regulation inside the Mediterranean area. And there is a great responsibility of European Union in this field. And CMU try to give and help to Mediterranean area, deeping especially different fields of higher education, the humanities, that is the first field of our action, the hard science too, and the engineering too, thanks to RMEI, the réseau of European engineer that is the network very close to us and is associated to CMU. I think that is a good occasion to stay all together and to discuss all together, because if we don't meet, we don't recognize ourselves. And this is a source of discrimination, not integration, and probably the problem of discrimination in the Mediterranean area, and is a problem of meeting, and normal meeting, not emergency in a meeting, because in the Mediterranean we have every time emergency, every time. And I speak about the emergency because I am Italian, and in Italy we have as normal behavior to rebuild in the emergency. And in Mediterranean it is the same, and we have to try to give a normal evolution of phenomena in the Mediterranean, especially economic, social, and research phenomenon too, because it's not continuous. We make a lot of efforts in this direction, but there are some period of less attention, some period of highest attention, like is not regular, is evolution. I look that there are a lot of networks and universities that prefer to connect North Europe universities. Yes, it's good because the integration is an integration of a wide integration. I agree with this behavior, but I think that we have to give a priority to the Mediterranean area, and it's not a critic, but it's I look what happens in the Mediterranean area, and the CMU pays more attention to this because this is natural area of our action. Then we try with very few resources to make efforts in three directions. The first, to prepare projects and to involve in these projects the Southern Mediterranean universities or other organizations, research organizations. The second is the higher education activity, and the third is the effort to connect other networks, because if we would like to really to stay on the international market, we have to connect other networks. One network is not enough. Is not able to connect so wide dimension, and that is why we ask to sign different agreement, but we would like to extend this agreement, maybe bilateral agreement, but inside a network of bilateral agreement, or we open the agreement. This is our normal behavior. To open this, we would like to open this bilateral agreement to all the universities, all organizations, all the research centers that would like to stay inside together with us, and that divide with us the same objectives and the same ideas. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very nice day.
Thank you so much for your opening speech, sir. Now we would like to invite Director of 19 Mayıs University, Professor Hüseyin Akan, to deliver his speech.
Good morning, distinguished directors, esteemed chancellors, and dear guests. It is a great honor for us to host you all at 19 Mayıs University for internationalization of higher education. In the morning session, we are going to share our experiences in internationalization. We are focusing on internationalization of our university through establishing bilateral agreements, increasing the capacity of students, and academic exchange mobility. In this century, all the institutions are giving more importance to internationalization. Exchange programs such as Erasmus and Mevlana aim at promoting and encouraging collaboration between higher education institutions. The student and academic mobility, research collaboration, and education are in question within the internationalization studies in higher education. In today's world, our graduates are asked to have foreign languages international and intercultural skills to be able to interact in a global setting. This meeting will improve international studies and cooperation between universities. I would like to thank you all for your important contributions. I also thank Dr. Kızıltan and organizing committee. I wish you all good luck throughout of your studies. Thank you.
Dear Rector, we thank you for your speech. Now we will be proceeding to the first session of our workshop. We would like to invite Professor Sezer Komsoğlu to chair the session and speakers. We also would like to invite Professor Gülsüm Sağlamer, Dr. Arman Erdoğan, and Professor Hüsrev Mennan to the stage.
In the 21st century, the most important power is the human relations. So it's very good for all of us to come together and relate with us what we do, what we can do, what we cannot do, learn from each other. So I think this meeting is going to argue the most important difficulties, but most important power implementation in higher education. So that's why we are here today. Welcome to everybody. Our first speaker is Professor Gülsüm Sağlamer. As you all know, she's president of this committee, and she was a former rector of the Istanbul Technical University. She's my best friend. We are from the same hometown, from Trabzon. Two Black Sea ladies here. And, we're very happy to listen to her. Please. We haven't done it before. Gülsüm Hocam belki oradan devam edin. Daha kolay olur. Buradan devam edin.
My aim is to define the framework of the workshop here, but previous speakers who gave the opening speeches, they also gave a lot of information about defining the framework of the workshop. I will start with the content. Of course, you can see there is no need to read them all, but the main issue is internationalization is not a new concept. It's as old as civilization history. The concept of being a citizen of the world dates back centuries. You know the famous Greek philosopher Socrates. He said that I am neither an Athenian nor a Greek, but a citizen of the world. And Seneca, the Roman statesman and philosopher, 400 years later, he said, the whole world is my country. And in the 19th century, French writer Victor Hugo said, I represent a party which does not exist, the party of revolution, civilization. This party will make the 20th century. There will come from it, first the United States of Europe, then the United States of the world. I think first part of his dream already realized there is a European Union there. But I don't think that the second part will be easy to realize. All of us have been living in this globalization environment, and we know that globalization has had an immense influence on higher education. Universities have been forced to compete worldwide and to establish cross-border relationships to strengthen their roles both at home and abroad. In this dynamic world, higher education space, institutions of higher learning make a remarkable contribution to the development of global citizenship for young people. It's clear that a lot of things are happening, but all of these flows have gained momentum in recent decades and have put a great deal of pressure on universities to internationalize themselves. So what's the impact of internationalization on universities? This is a very important question. And does internationalization force them to change themselves? There is a very good answer given by Mevlut Karakullukçu, who is a thinker, and he is really making a lot of contribution to the philosophical side of higher education. And he said that the significance of internationalization stems from its impact on facilitating and forcing broader change, allowing experimentation and cross-pollination of higher education practices across countries. The impact is more about creating new mechanisms, models, and combinations in higher education than about sheer numbers. It is a key agent of change, not the change itself. So what kind of strategies and actions for internationalization are universities trying to put in place in the age of uncertainty? There are lots of things keep changing, and under these circumstances, it's very difficult to set a strategy and implement it for the coming 5 years as it is designed at the beginning. But we have to ask several questions in order to understand the what kind of barriers that universities are facing. Are universities capable of formulating their own strategies and designing the best actions to realize their goals in terms of internationalization? Because there are new universities, major, well-established universities, some of them are able to set their strategies, but some of them are too young, without experience, so there are lots of difficulties. Do they have access to adequate funding? Do they operate within a suitable legal framework? In some countries, there are lots of barriers that even if you, as a university, you are mature enough, you are well established, you can establish good international links, but the legal framework may not let you to do so. Do they have the necessary human resources? And at last but not least, have these universities truly embrace the culture of internationalization? This is very important. Culture of internationalization plays a significant role. Each university has its own strengths, weaknesses, threats, and opportunities for internationalization, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Every university has to define its own program and strategies. So what are the responses of universities? In response to the forces of globalization, universities are engaging in a wide range of activities intended to make them more internationally competitive. They are organizing study abroad programs, setting up international campuses, establishing international partnership for joint and dual degree programs, as we are trying to do it between CMU and 19 Mayıs University today, trying to attract more foreign students and strengthening their research capacities. There are many academic institutional networks and academic consortia around the world that focus mainly on research activities and which support internationalization in all its aspects. Universities have relied on a range of tools, models, and actions in their effort to internationalize. These include enrollment strategies through which universities set a target percentage of foreign students and aim to provide graduates with their first job abroad. This is very important. You graduate a student if they are able to get job not in the country that they graduated, but in other countries. It means you have a strong international reputation and good programs. And internationalization via teaching processes, which includes mobility of students, programs and institutions, or internationalization via resources which consist of staff mobility, teaching goods and services, etc., are also common strategies. Two other important areas for internationalization should be mentioned here. The internationalization of the curriculum, which make it possible without mobility to internationalize your education, and the internationalization of research and examination of which leads to a discussion of international networks, which are becoming increasingly important in the internationalization of higher education. OECD published a report in 2000, OECD IMHE published a report on internationalization in the year 2012. The authors briefly focused on several important features of networking in higher education, because I believe that networks, higher education networks, play a really significant role in internationalization in higher education. In this report, it was said that networks can be defined by geography or other criteria. They may focus on a single issue, such as collaborative research, or a range of issues of shared interest. These might include networking opportunities, facilitating exchanges between staff, student exchanges, joint graduate programs, exchanging best practice and materials, participating in one another's conferences, like here, inviting one another to participate in major initiatives. It is clear that almost all aspects of university networks promote internationalization and building trust among member universities for further collaboration. This is very important. Building trust is the most important thing for international networks. So we should give great importance to this issue. The quality. So how are we going to evaluate the networks? Because the quality of the network is very important. The quality, reputation, achievements, and impacts of networks all play an important role in their membership size. Being a member of a reputable higher education and research network provides a considerable boost for a university seeking to be globally known and increase its visibility in the areas in which the university would like to expand its reach. Research policymakers nowadays talk about the power of networks and their contribution to internationalization and the development of research opportunities of universities. If you have good network, good quality network all over the world, you can realize many things. But if you are alone, even if you are a brilliant person or brilliant institution, it doesn't create any result that you are expecting to reach. So networking is really very important. The key questions that should be addressed regarding network membership may be summarized as follows. How should a university decide to join certain networks? What are the needs of the university? Which networks are worth joining? What would be the expected outcomes? Is membership affordable? Is it sustainable? Is the university willing to make a contribution to the network's activities in terms of resources? These are all the questions that the universities have to answer before they decide. When a university is selecting which networks to join it, it should look for common values, common goals and strategies, comparable resources, comparable educational and research programs, complementary strengths, comparable quality levels in all activities, and good relationships between leaders in order to build up trust. Europe, as you know, is very rich in terms of higher education and research networks. There is no need to list them here. But the regional, I would like to draw your attention to the regional networks because they can make really significant impact on the development of the region. So they can make a lot of contribution. So regional networks are very important. But in some regions, several university networks that have similar mission, functions, try to survive alongside each other and sometimes compete. In order not to make universities confused and pay fees for each of them, some of these networks should be merged to establish more effective and efficient networking across regions or continents. There is a serious problem in funding because universities have very limited funding for internationalization. So economic crises all over Europe have placed limitations on the membership opportunities of universities. Therefore, there is a need for restructuring the conceptual framework of networking, such as establishing networks of networks. This would enable members to tap into different opportunities based on their membership level in much the same way that airline networks such as Star Alliance or SkyTeam, allow travelers to access certain privileges when using different airlines. This is in use in the airlines. In this way, universities would be able to avoid having to pay many membership fees. So I think we have to think about this issue because hundreds of networks are around and the universities are really confused how to choose these universities. So as a conclusion, I quote from Stockley and Hans de Witt. They ask, can these regional and international institutional networks become the key to the next stage of internationalization in which not only the mainstream activities and programs of the universities, but the whole of the institution becomes international? And can they expect that universities will finally follow the same path that banks, industry, and even nation states have followed over the past century? Move into joint ventures, merge across borders, share their human resources, and create common products. All of these questions, ladies and gentlemen, and arguments show that internationalization in higher education should have a comprehensive structure and should also integrate international, intercultural, or global dimensions to strengthen universities to better serve their communities and to educate young people to be global citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gülsüm. Maybe we have a discussion after all the speakers give their speech. Is that right?
Yeah.
So our next speaker is Dr. Arman Erdoğan. Dr. Erdoğan was the former director of International Relations Unit at Turkish Higher Education Council, and she is also still, I think, working with the Professor. Okay, we have.
Good morning, distinguished directors, distinguished participants. I would like to thank also to 19 Mayıs University for this very warm hospitality. And I would like to thank Professor Salamer for inviting me to speak here and giving me the opportunity. I'm honored to be here. My speech will be about the internationalization of Turkish higher education, and I think my job is both easy after Professor Saldamer's speech because she set all the basic information and keywords framework of internationalization in general, but also difficult because after such a person who is my idol, it's difficult to make the speech. Okay, the contents. I will give an overview of Turkish higher education system in general, firstly, and some highlights. Perhaps I can skip some parts since Professor Salamer has already mentioned some of them. And key points on internationalization of Turkish higher education, and I will also mention about some challenges we are having as a system. As many of you might know that the Council of Higher Education in Turkey is the responsible body for planning, coordination, governance and supervision of higher education. And the structure of higher education includes all post-secondary programs at least for 2 years, from associate degrees until the third cycle, that's doctorate level in Turkey. The numbers of higher education institutions are 184 altogether now. We have both public and non-profit foundation university types in Turkey. If we look at their share in terms of institution numbers, 60% of the institutions are public and 40% are non-profit foundation universities in Turkey. Academic staff as of 2013 is 130,000 altogether. I colored differently according to the different levels of academic titles. The light yellow one is the research assistants in Turkey, and orange color shows the assistant professors in Turkey. The dark blue is the professors we have, and light blue is the associate professors. What I can see from here that is most than half of the academic staff in Turkey seems to be young, consisting of assistants, professors and research assistants. When we come to numbers of students, it's again last year's numbers. We are having almost 5 million students in our higher education system, including distant education or open education students. And again, you can see that after 2008, there is a dramatic increase in the numbers of students because there are some new universities for the access of students, and quota for students has been increased also after this year. If we compare the number of students in European higher education area, this is the numbers in 2012, Turkey is the second largest country after Russia in European higher education area in terms of number of the students. In Turkey, access to higher education for Turkish students is done by a national central examination done in 2 steps, having the secondary school diploma of our students. And for international students, after 2010, all universities determined their own criteria to receive international students, depending on national exams, international exams, or some other types they can require. And tuition fees, the minimum and maximum amounts of the tuition fees for public universities are decided by the Council of Ministers annually. And then universities decide which faculty is going to have how much tuition fee. And for foundation universities, their authorized councils decide the tuition fees for international students. Well, now some key points of the developments in the 21st century. As we all know, and as Professor Sağlamer has already mentioned, that globalization affected internationalization because countries and in many sectors, peoples or institutions need to have cooperation and networks. And we had knowledge economy, high technology, and some social dimensions of these developments like multiculturalism or social mobility, and etc. So these developments brought or affected some new trends or new ideas in several sectors, like competition, like diversity, like transparency, cooperation, and quality. And higher education is one of these sectors affected by all these trends. And Professor Salamer has mentioned about the networks and cooperations, and I took the word competition to make some comments on it. In higher education, competition for what? To get more qualified students or to employ more qualified academicians, and in conclusion, to have more qualified graduates. All institutions have the same aim. And where this competition is possible, between higher education institutions, between higher education systems, within the country, institutions compete, and between countries and regions. So the competition also brings cooperation issues as well. And if I take Turkey as an example, I will give you some hints about the controversy of our new trends. For example, in economy, Turkey is doing quite well in the recent years. According to many indicators, Turkey is in one of the top countries in terms of faster developing economies, like emerging market, global players, or emerging markets, and etc. But does this influence our success and competition in higher education? If we look at this, we are not doing very well in this part. In the World Economic Forum Global Competitiveness Network of last year, Turkey is 74th out of 144 countries in terms of higher education and training. This is very controversial in the chart I showed before. And also higher education sector seems to be less developed if we compare, for example, Turkey's market size in the other chart, you see. So this shows us that we need more emphasis on higher education in Turkey. As Professor Salamer has said, mobility is one of the indicators that you can see directly the internationalization, but it's not the only tool to show your internationalization. And according to UNESCO statistics, there are more than 4 million students in the world internationally mobilizing. And it will be more than 7 million in 2020, it's expected. And if we look at the distribution of international students in the world, we see that United States has the largest share, and after it, English-speaking countries and some other well-developed countries are taking their share. And if we look at Turkey, it is among other OECD countries, and it has a low share under 1%, and it must be developed, I think. And to increase the level of internationalization in Turkey, there are some new policies. For example, it seems that there is a commitment on governmental level that government's 2023 targets. It is clearly stated that Turkey has to have more international dimension in higher education. And also in the 10th development plan, which was published last year, it is also stated. To follow this aim, there are some structural legislative reforms and capacity building for priority of internationalization. And as we will be seeing here, we have very good and strong institutional and national experiences in internationalization. Policy tools. The Turkish higher education system is a member of European higher education area and is following Bologna process action lines since 2001. We cannot avoid the internationalization of curricula if we want to internationalize our system, or to tell it opposite way. Without having an international system altogether, you cannot reach, it's not realistic to reach internationalization only by mobilizing your students. You have to fill in the background. For our student mobility, as I said earlier, no exam for international students which existed before. This is another policy tool. And joint programs, many of our very well-established universities are doing new agreements with many other institutions for joint programs and degrees. And on national level, Turkish Science and Technology Council is motivating international dimension in research area with some new funds and etc. And Council of Higher Education established, some new tools for funding both students and academic staff to internationalize them. One of these programs is Farabi program, which was inspired by Erasmus, but it is nationally working between the higher education institutions in Turkey for academics and students. And we have Mevlana exchange program, which is supported financially by Turkish government to receive and send students and academicians abroad and receive them to Turkey. This is the Council of Higher Education web page, and you can see the funds and supports for students and academicians. And also there is a new initiative called Turkey's Scholarships to receive foreign students to Turkey. And now, last year we had more than 40,000 international students in Turkey who will be doing long-term degrees. And there is a dramatic increase, and again you can see after 2008 and particularly after 2010, when the international exam for international students has been avoided. If we look at the country of origins of international students who choose Turkey, we see that mostly they are from our neighboring countries, like Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, or northern Cyprus, Greece, Bulgaria, and etc. Or some Islamic countries, they choose to send their students to Turkey. If we look at the international staff by our higher education institutions, we see that they are, international staff mainly prefer to be in Istanbul. Green color shows that our university is in Istanbul and academic staff, international academic staff. And also another indicator is that they mainly prefer foundation universities rather than public universities, I think, in terms of financial and some other flexibility issues. And purple color shows Ankara universities and their share of academics, international academic staff, and light blue one is Izmir universities. There are two foundation universities receiving many academic staff from abroad. In terms of short-term mobility, as you know, Erasmus programs has been introduced by European Commission, and Turkey is benefiting from these programs since 2004. And last year we had 17,000 students outgoing from Turkey, and almost half of its incoming students coming to Turkey. We are doing quite well in this part, but if we compare it with the total population of our students, it's less than 1%. And if we also remember European higher education area target that by 2020 at least 20% of students have to be mobile, it seems that Turkey is far from that target. So we need to develop new policies. But if we look at Erasmus budgets, last year Turkey increased its budget tremendously, and it is after Germany, France and Spain, it has the most largest budget. Now my last slides will show challenges for our internationalization. I must say that these are subjective. Oh, sorry. Because there is no policy paper written on this, and they are the topics I chose. What I find most important is that as a national system, we don't have any strategy for internationalization of higher education and no measurable targets. Each university, each institution is doing its best to have connections, to have networks, and etc. But nationwide, at national scale, we don't have any strategy, written strategy at least. The concept of internationalization is not clear in Turkey, and mostly people think that if they have more international students, they are mostly internationalized, but it's not always realistic and possible. Sometimes short-term outcomes are not in line with long-term sustainability, and if you tend to have results in the long term, you have to have some new programs or policies and etc. We have imbalanced mobility and lack of reliable data on mobility, for example, because some other institutions, some other governmental institutions are sending their employees abroad for postgraduate studies, but we cannot see them in our data. So we don't know exactly how much mobility we are having realistically. Quality assurance is one of our challenges because we are having many new universities establishing each year, and it needs to be developed in the longer term. Monitoring and fine-tuning tools are also needed, and more coordination between institutions and ministries or network is needed, I can say. And as a system in Turkey, there are some challenges, and these challenges are observed by the board in the Council of Higher Education in 2011, and it is written on the decision paper that Turkey needs diversity, autonomy, accountability, performance evaluations, competition, financial flexibility, and quality assurance. What we need to do is to follow these already noticed challenges. Okay, this is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, for an excellent speech. It's a good job. You're still advising to the Higher Education Council. Show them the papers. Slides. Now we're going to listen Professor Hüsrev Mennan. Professor Mennan is running the international department on the Uluslararası University.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 19 Mayıs University. I would like to say thank you to my university and Professor Dr. Nalan Kızıltan for this organization. My job is easy after that because Professor Sağlamer well described about the global internalizations, and then Professor Armağan, and she explained higher education internalization in Turkey. So I will focus on what we are doing in 19 Mayıs University, and you will understand easily after our numbers and exchange students numbers, and then you will easy to understand how 19 Mayıs University doing their internalization. My name is Professor Dr. Hüsrev Mennan. I'm from, my background actually is agriculture. I'm not international office, and I'm working in the international office temporarily. This presentation has been prepared by me and Emine Bol Yazıcı. She's our Erasmus coordinator, and Hiroko Kesim. She's working on Mevlana exchange program. And first of all, I would like to give you some brief information about OMÜ. 19 Mayıs University is a state university and founded in 1975 in Samsun. 19 Mayıs University is one of the leading universities in Turkey in terms of staff quality, and we have almost 1,000 academic staff, assistant, associated, or professor positions. Social facilities, and also in infrastructures. Regarding to the accommodation, transportation, sport facilities, cultural and social environment, our university provides a happy and productive environment to both students and academic staff. Our mission is, 19 Mayıs University mission is to be a modern university, raising intellectual people, serving without giving any concessions from research, learning, health, and educational needs, and contributing to the country economy, health, arts, and culture for our country to be a leading country. And when we look at the OMÜ, we have 17 faculties right now, and 1 conservatoire, 11 vocational schools, 2 schools, 5 graduate schools, and 20 research centers. And you will see the faculties. Most of the Turkish people well know that Faculty of Medicine is running for 6 years, and dentistry and veterinary medicine is running for 5 years. And the other faculties is running 4 years in Turkey. in medicine faculty and our strategy, and I would like to explain to OMÜ strategy for educations, and we have a strategy to conduct 2 parallel systems. It means that 1 parallel in English and 1 parallel in Turkish. Right now we have only 1 program in medicine faculty that's running 1 English and 1 Turkish programs. It will be open after maybe 2 years later in some programs, and we are thinking in dentistry and also economic and administrative science. This is the number of the students of OMÜ. I'm sorry that there will be a problem in the PowerPoint. I had a problem in the morning because I would like to change. We have the vocational should be undergraduated, so it should be replaced. And we have right now 46,000 students for vocational, undergraduate or postgraduate programs. And after that, and I would like to explain what OMÜ are doing to be an international university. This is the old international office. I think it's one of the unique office in Turkey, and internationalization is one of the main objective of our university. Our university also encourage the students and staff to be experience international cultures and educational environment, besides creating an international campus where international communication and interaction are at top level. Everybody knows that the universities are engine of socio-economic development, and best example of such engine are 3rd generation of universities. It means that entrepreneurial universities. And when we ask the questions, Uluslararasılaşma University is a traditional university or entrepreneurial university? And we changed our missions and to be an entrepreneurial and international university. Because we know that we have an intellectual capacity and internalization activities. So, and then we decided to reorganize our office. You can see the shape of our office, and the international office is directly linked to vice rector, then rectors. In this concept, and we have Erasmus programs and Mevlana programs, and she explained which was launched last year by Turkish Higher Education Councils. And this program is not cover Erasmus countries, it's cover only non-Erasmus countries. And also we had Farabi programs, which is parallel to Erasmus in internal exchange programs. And then we had an office international development. It means that in institutional agreements and then joint program and projects. And we are also planning to conduct some joint programs. And then another office is International Students Office. Dr. Arman said that there is no international exam for admission for international students to Turkey University. It was done before by Turkish Higher Education Council, but 3 years ago, and they canceled the examination, and now each university is doing their examination. So I will explain what OMÜ is doing about that. And then student support. This is our office, Erasmus office, International Students Office, Mevlana Exchange Program Office, and Farabi Exchange Office. And I would like to start with Erasmus Exchange Programs. It was delivered in 2004. And at this time we had only 2 agreements, and 1 outgoing students, 2 outgoing staff, and 2 incoming staff. It means that totally we had 5 mobility activities in this year. And then when we look at this year, as you know, the Erasmus program is changed. Now the name is Erasmus Plus. So all agreements was cancelled at the beginning of this year. Within 2 months, and we did 145 Erasmus exchange programs agreements. In this concept, in the last year, and we had 23 Erasmus exchange incoming students, 160 Erasmus exchange outgoing students, 40 outgoing Erasmus staff teaching, 35 incoming Erasmus staff teaching, and 15 outgoing Erasmus staff training. Totally, we changed 273 exchange people. And as you know, the Bologna process, and it's not necessary to explain many things about it, but mainly the aim is to, in Bologna process, the Bologna process doesn't aim to harmonize national education system, but rather than to provide tools to connect them. So we completed all process, and now we have an DA. And international students. The number of international degree students studying at 19 Mayıs University are increasing every year as an indicator or objective creating an international campus. In academic year in 2013 and 14, 19 Mayıs University is one of the leading universities in Turkey with approximately 1,418 students from 72 countries. If you think that Turkey had only 40,000 students, and it's easy to understand how OMÜ is doing their internalizations. And I would like to give you some figures. Number of international students in the past and future perspective. It means that, and I started to work in international office 3 years ago, and when we came to there, and the number of students was around 700, and then it was increased to almost 1,000, and then 1,300, and right now, as you see in the color, for 2013 and 2014, right now 1,418 students. Our perspective for next year, and we are planning to increase the number of the international students to 1,800, and then 2,000, and we are planning to adjust the number of international students, totally 5% of all total students. This is our aim for next 2 years. I hope we can achieve it. There is another action for 19 Mayıs University is international students entrance examination. As I said before, and this examination has been done by Turkish Higher Education Council about 3 years ago, and they changed their policy to get more students to Turkey. Now the policy is running, and as Dr. Armağan showed to you, and after this decision, number of international students increasing rapidly. So, and we started to organize this examination 2 years ago. And this is the main objective of this examination is to provide a standard for application criteria, because the application criteria was not equal for all students, because from Turkmenistan and Iran and other countries is not reliable too much. Right now, as I said before, and we did this examination in 7 different countries at 12 centers. The last year we did in 16 different countries at 26 centers. And this year, and we will organize this examination in 49 centers in 32 countries on 25th May of this year. And the examination language will be Turkish, English, Arabic, Russian, and French. And this figure is represent how many students are had attended to these examinations in 2012. Almost 700 students attend to this examination. And last year we got 5,000 applications, but only 3,000 of the students took to this examination. And this year we are expecting that more than 4,500 students will take this examination. And this examination has been accepted as a score by 9, as I said before, within this framework, and we had 35 Mevlana exchange programs. Right now, 5 academic staff is in OMÜ. And yesterday I picked up from our colleagues from Michigan State University, and we had 4 agreements with United States University, Michigan State, Florida State, Nebraska State, and the California States. And we are planning to host 63 Mevlana exchange incoming students, and 33 Mevlana exchange outgoing students, and 110 Mevlana exchange incoming academic staff, and 62 outgoing academic staff. So totally around 300 people will exchange within these programs. Besides Erasmus and Mevlana programs, and we have some international collaborations based on the protocols, and we may ability to exchange again students and academic staff within these protocols. And also we have a possibility to do some research within these collaborations. Right now we had again 39 agreements within 22 countries. Our aim is to facilitate the possibilities for students and academic staff to participate in international cooperation in order to provide international dimension to their study or work. You can see in the map the countries which we had bilateral agreements with them. And 14 new protocols were signed in 2013. Another the important program for us, development of joint master programs. And 3 joint master programs are in progress right now. In one, in aviation studies, Çalışması University and National Technical University of Ukraine. Another one, international entrepreneurship consortium master programs between among Çalışması University, University of Tehran, and University of Malta. Another program is will be delivery between Çalışması University and Alliant International University on business management. And also 2 weeks ago we had the agreement with the Agro Dijon Sud. It's one of the best agriculture faculties in Europe, and we will progress also with them, but it's just in progress, so we didn't write it here. Çalışması University is not only focusing on students to be an international university. Another thing is to be an entrepreneurship university. And if you want to recognize by other university and by a international level, and your institution or organization has to be an entrepreneurship. So, and we have a good research center with collaborated with international level or national level in these concepts. And I would like to give some example. For example, in R&D projects, and we have 2 technology centers, which is called Tekmer and OMÜ. And they are doing the research with industry, enterprises, corporations, and Technopark, as you know, and will be delivered next year. And also we have in Samsung, we have 2 unique things. One of them is medical equipments, and we have ability to be an international, to give an international education on that, because after Germany and Pakistan, the Samsung has a very big manufacturer about medical equipment, and we have 44 companies in here. And the other important things for Samsung and Hazelnut products, and also we have a center about it, and they are working to be international. I don't want to take too much time, so I'm going to further objectives. And what is the aim for further? And the first aim is to be every student, to be exchange students, because we know that it is important, but it is not possible for every student, but at least for graduate and postgraduate students can be exchange students. So we intend to make every student an international student. This means that all 19 Mayıs University students will experience intercultural learning in cosmopolitan environments, whether through course models with international focus, learning a language, volunteering internationally, collaborating with students from other countries. And the other the objective is improve international diversity regardless of our background. We expect demand from international students will continue to grow. This is our aim, and I show it to you. Another thing is develop an international summer school. And we have a very good background about it, because from Georgia, Azerbaijan, and from Balkan countries, and every year, and some universities are sending their students to us to be trained, especially Turkish language, for veterinary science, and for agriculture, for medicine science. So we would like to increase number of the students in summer school. And the other thing is collaborative research and teaching further development internationally, and we will continue to develop collaborative research and teaching with leading universities in Europe and around the world. We are planning also to sign some agreement within this year. And the other important things for us, grow 19 Mayıs University visibility and positive impact across sub-African and Balkan countries. And we are applying the positive things to them. So we will develop distinctive program to support capacity building for research, teaching, and administration in higher education institutions in sub-African and Balkan countries. Thank you for your attention and for your joining to Samsung. I hope you will have a very nice time, and you will be safe trips to back home. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all comments. Now, any questions or any comments to our speakers? Please, would you kindly introduce yourself? And
I'm Professor Derya Oktay, the Dean of the Faculty of Architecture at 19 Mayıs University. Firstly, I would like to thank you all and welcome to our university. They were very helpful, useful talks. My concern is, as the new leader of a newly established School of Architecture with a strong aim to create an international environment, I have some concerns about the established norms of the school, which is a very well-established university, but since the internalization is new, like many other schools in our country, the lack of the embracement of the idea of idea of internalization by all the members of the university, even in our small faculty. Because, as you know, the use of English in the perfect sense is essential, and we still have some academics, not only here actually, in other schools in our country. And in Italy, I was visiting faculty at Milan Polytechnic, I may state, that some academics still have problems with that. And this is one reason, perhaps one of the challenges, as Arman Hanım stated, that we need to increase the understanding of internalization and make it more embraced by all members, including the students. For instance, last semester we invited a foreign professor in the second month of our education, and some students, although we provided a translation, simultaneous translation, they were very, very shy to attend the conference, and some of them said we don't know English. So I think we should spend more efforts, or what do you think about this? Perhaps Arman Hanım or Yusuf Hocam mentioned about that. Okay, thank you. Yes, this is a very important point you mentioned, and I missed that point. You are right that I mean, with English or other languages as a medium of instruction or medium of research or as a communication tool is important, but and volunteer activities are very important. But if we have strategies, as I said, in institutions and in general, I think as a part of it, language acquisition can be listed as a part, and some new policies can be developed. And I think we must start somewhere, and for the new generations, it has to be a target that to have at least one foreign language.
We must start from somewhere, but we must follow where did we start. We start, but we don't follow it, you see, so the sustainability is the most important thing.
For the new generation,
Thank you.
I'd like to make a general comment about the existing situation after observing the figures related to Turkish higher education and the situation in 19 Mayıs University. I'm really very sorry about the situation, because when you have 3-4 million students, 5 million in higher education, and if you have such a small number, 40,000, 50,000, 44,000,
long-term mobility, and in Erasmus it's lower, it's 17,000,
yeah.
but for the other degree mobility,
this is something. This is nothing. I mean, this is very small number. So I'm very glad that we brought this issue into this platform, and all of us have seen the situation, you know, with figures. So I think there is a strong need to create a new strategy to do something seriously in the country. And another important point that after seeing the figures to presentation, all the efforts related to student and staff mobility, you know, the teaching-based activities. But research is the most important part of our activities in our universities. So if we are not able to internationalize our research activities, then there is, again, serious problem. If you look at our contributions into EU 7th Framework Program, it's again very low. And the universities, which has the highest number of, you know, projects, for example, Middle East Technical University is the leading one. I think it has some 59 projects in the 7th framework. I don't know what's the...
Per faculty member.
Per faculty member. It's wonderful, but we have a limited number of faculty members. We should not forget about that. Well, I'm still defending state universities, although I like the foundation universities and supporting them, but the state universities have a lot of barriers to realize their dreams, while strong foundation universities are really lucky, such as Sabancı University, Koç University, and Bilkent University. These are the very strong foundation universities in terms of research activities. So what I'm trying to tell you in short, we should not look at only teaching-based internationalization. We should definitely focus on our research activities and try to internationalize them, to have international research projects, to publish more papers in ISM journals, and to be leading country in terms of knowledge production. Otherwise, the result is we are attracting students from East, not from West. That's not a really strength. That's a weakness.
Ahmet Bey.
Dr. Salamer from Istanbul Technical University. When you discuss, when you talk about student exchange or staff exchange and similar subjects, we should also discuss the outcome of these processes. What are the students happy, or are they getting good education when they go as an exchange student? What's going on? Are they getting good education in other countries where they are visiting? I noticed that everybody's talking about only numbers. The numbers are so important? I don't think so. And I don't also see the future of these student exchange programs very bright in the future, because every year, gradually, when we look at European governments, some nationalist parties are getting in power in Europe. Are they going to accept foreign students as strangers in the countries in the future? I don't know. So these matters should also be discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. A small word. Economy is always over the parties, so if the money comes to parties, we say okay to that. So don't worry about that part, but the other parts maybe or like to say something? So this was a comment. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. You're right.
Enzo Siviero, I come from Venice, Italy, in the School of Architecture. I'm an engineer teaching in the School of Architecture, Bridges. First of all, I would like to thank you, because it's an amazing reality, this university, which I only knew from hearing something. I know very well you and met you, of course. But what I think is very important to establish a kind of seminar, interdisciplinary. Interdisciplinary is very, very important, because any connection between different attitudes means that you open the mind of the students and exchange experience from the professors when they are dealing with this kind of seminars is very, very important. Any connection between engineering and architecture. I'm also representing civil engineering and architecture in the Italian National Council for University. I was also former vice president. And the experience of talking with a colleague of economy, of agriculture, even medicine, and any other thing is very, very important. It seems to me that actually we are too much concentrating in our specific field, and we are losing. The student should understand that there are other realities all among them. I would like to say it should be this Mediterranean attitude. And I use to say the slogan, bridging cultures and sharing hearts. If you don't use your heart, you cannot go very far. And that's a very important. I'm here representing RMI, Réseau International des Écoles d'Ingénieurs, where we, personally with Professor Guarascio, we get some cultural heritage, architecture, urban planning, and design, and economy. This is the proper way. I mean, the Mediterranean countries has a lot of history, and we have to look to the future, think that our past is a common past, although we were fighting. But of course, always fight. If it is not fighting, but this is a competition. The competition is fantastic. I like the Olympic Games. So I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy that this Black Sea is part of the Mediterranean side, and being Venetian, as Marco Polo, you know, he was out, but I think being out means also being inside. The most important thing is to have seminars with students, vertical and horizontal. This is another point. Getting together the first year, second year, third year, and so on, and at the same time at a different level. I think the mind of the student will be very, very nice, because we need the people thinking, not only acting. Acting is of course very important, but acting means also to have a competition with the Chinese, with the Indian. I mean, a lot of people that are paid not so much, but our attitude, our history is fantastic. We have to be proud of that. And me as Italian and as Venetian, I mean, the Adriatic Sea is just, with Istanbul in particular, and I'm very happy. Sorry, I was a little bit too long. I will add something when I will make my talk. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we have one more question, then I think this is the last one, and then we have our coffee for follow that. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Carlo Di Benedetto. I am the coordinator of the head office of Community of Mediterranean Universities. The Mediterranean, I think, has a very valuable feature, which brings together countries of different level of progress. Therefore, I am asking a completely different question regarding a problem which occurs actually in the Mediterranean, and not only from the south side of the Mediterranean, but from the north side as well. That is the brain drain. Do you have any idea of any figure of how many students, but especially graduates, who went abroad to study or to do research and do not come back to their original country? This is a very important problem, not only from an economical point of view, of course, but also from a social point of view, because besides the money which a country puts for the formation of these people, is also an impoverishment of the competencies and know-how of the country itself. So I was wondering whether you can have some figures of this kind, because I think it is a problem which occurs in all the Mediterranean countries, and I repeat, not only in the south side, but also in the north side of the basin. Thank you.
I think there is no specific number of figures for Mediterranean countries, but there is some statistic from UNESCO that only 2% of the students, the students are not coming back to their home countries in the world. But I think there is no any statistic for especially for Mediterranean.
There is a statistics published by OECD, but I don't have it by heart, I don't know the figures, but there is a figure which shows how many? What's the percentage of the outgoing students to USA, to Europe for studying there for PhD or master degree? And there are also figures who are staying, not coming back.
Yeah,
So
that's just only 2%. But it's not for just for worldwide. It's not figures for Mediterranean.
There are some countries which are in very bad situations, so therefore, most probably, this figure is going to increase for some.
Yes, and I think the most of the Chinese students are not coming back to their countries, and for Pakistani, Hindustan students,
but they have too many people, they don't mind. And even if in China they are attracting, everything depends on the economy and the maturity of the environment, research environment and trade environment in the country. Otherwise, they won't come back. But I think, I don't call it as brain drain. I think most widely used expression is brain circulation. It's better to have people abroad who are able to develop themselves rather than keeping them inside with very limited resources and limiting them to do much better work if they go to abroad, you know. So we should be open-minded, let them go, and they will come back. Like Nihat Berker.
Okay.
He was a professor at MIT for more than 20 years. Then I invited him to ITU, and he was the dean of the Science and Letters faculty. After I left, he left also.
I think we have to come to end because time is quite over, and we have a little coffee, then back again.
May I ask?
No, please. In the outside you can ask. Okay? Thank you. Close the session.
Dear guests, we will have coffee break now until 11:20.
So, floor is yours, Professor Consul.
Thank you very much for your invitation, and I'm very happy to be here in Samsun and in Uluslararasılaşma University. I would like to, first of all, give some little information what we think about the internationalization and higher education. Although it's taught in the morning session, some little numbers, then I will try to explain what we did or what we tried to do in Kocaeli University. Actually, internationalization in higher education in Turkey, it's a real case now in most of the universities. Each university is trying to take the students from overseas, from other countries. We're trying very hard for it. It's just because the feature of internationalization in higher education in the world in 2012 is 3.6 million in the world. Huge big number. How many expected in 2020? It's about 7 million. So the number is too much if you compare for newer days. International students are foreign-born students who attend the United States, just to give the example from the United States, are not permanent residents. If you look at the number, 2006 and 2007, it's almost 600,000. They're from the 48% from the 5 Asian countries, like India, China, Korea, Japan, Taiwan, other countries in the top of the 20 group, Germany, Nepal, Kenya, This was the case in the United States 4 years ago. But in next future years, minimum 20% of the graduates from countries included in Europe higher education system are required to either receive education or do work placement in a foreign country. This is when we look to international students in the world, distribution of countries, these numbers are given by the Armanum, so maybe not repeat them again, but 5 countries international students coming from: China, India, Korea, Germany, and only 2% from Turkey. What we have to do? Financial resources and academic preparedness is very important. People who work for internationalization divide these students explorers, high flyers, strivers, and strugglers. Explorers are students with high financial resources and low academic preparedness. High flyer students with high financial resources, they have money and they have high academic preparedness. Strivers students with low financial resources but high academic preparedness, and struggle students with low financial resources and low academic, the ones who never want them. If you look at here, you see 30 of them high flyers, 22 of them explorers, strugglers, strivers. So the countries would like to catch the best one, of course, who have their money and they have a very good academic background. This part is the important. Otherwise, if you have the country with the bad academic preparedness and with low money, it's no good for any country. While choosing a country, international students consider the quality and value of education, reasonable fee and cost of living, the value added by the language learned, education in English, distance, feeling sympathy, the experience of previous students from their own country, the value of the international education in home country. Here, English, we accept or not, we say right or wrong, English is the scientific language now. So whatever you do, you have to have good English-speaking lecturers, you have to have good students speaking and understanding English. Without the English in this world, this is the reality. This is right or wrong, but the reality is English. English is the scientific language all over the world, even Russia, even France, even anywhere. So whoever would like to put steps to the higher education for internationalization, education in English is very important. What is the case in Turkey? Again, these numbers is given, but just the females and males. 15,000 females, these are the numbers of 2013, and almost 28,000 male students. These are the increase numbers. This is given, so not in Turkey, 5 million students in higher education, and 130,000 academicians, and 44,000 of international students. As you see, it's not even the 1%, so very, very low. Although to speak always over the numbers may be not good, but the numbers are important to put the issue on. For Turkey, expectations, 2015, 100,000, and 2020, 150,000. There is DEIK is the community of Turkey with the international and national commerce and industry place. So they're working very hard for this issue in Turkey. I put their numbers for the expectation here. What we have to do, political will and governments, Council of Higher Education, and the university. These 3 of them should work parallel and wish to put the internationalization in their head step in Turkey. Let's skip those. What are the difficulties in Turkey? Students from around the world given the opportunity to study in Turkey for their higher education as part of the governmental program. Turkey Scholarship, this is a governmental program, have revealed that they suffer from high levels of unhappiness as a result of problems like language barrier, their scholarship, and a lack of guidance office from the officials. Although Higher Education Council trying to restore all of these, this is still a problem in Turkey. Whoever comes from the foreign countries for higher education do not find any guidance from officials in many of the universities or in the country itself. So Turkey's scholarship is a good program, but still running with problems. Language barrier is very important, and lack of guidance from the officials. These three of them very important steps. Suggestion to the universities: classical curricula for master and doctorate degree should gain international visibility, industry-related disciplines, and intensive English program pathways. This is not maybe the case in the private universities or Vakıf universities, but for the state universities, intensive English program pathway is very difficult. Who is well, around 184 universities. Is that right, Arman? At the last 184 universities all over Turkey. But only 5 or 6 of them can give an intensive, good English program. Others were trying to, but were not successful. So accommodation problems of the students' first arrival is very important, and this is to be solved by credit dormitories agency. As I talk from my own university, we are very close to Istanbul. I will give the information in a minute. But when these students come to Kocaeli, they don't know how to find the houses, where to live. We asked this credit and orientation agency in Ankara many times to spare some places for these international students, but we couldn't manage it. So it's very difficult for them when they first arrive how to live. This part is very important. Intensive Turkish language courses, more focus on English medium education, visa problems, and these kind of problems. There's very limited research on problems, expectation, and roadmap studies for international students in Turkey. This is very, very limited at the moment. The number of graduate students coming to Turkey for education is notably insufficient. Comparing to 32,000 students, maybe just 10,000 graduate. This is a very strange matter. I know our state, maybe the Istanbul, and I know the Sakarya, the most of the students come here, use the PhD or master degree or graduate forms for the visa problem, but they do not follow the university. They find a workplace for them and gain the money for next year and for next year. So this is another problem, mostly in the Istanbul and in Sakarya and in Kocaeli, because in those places to find a job more easily than the other places of Turkey. So the students come to the university, start with the PhD or the master degree or the graduate level, but they do not follow the university. So this is the main reason that from 32,000 students, only 10,000 have a diploma. So this needs to be more serious follow-up. Well, to open the country international areas needs really good focus. This is I took this picture from the internet, and it's a very nice picture, a brief history of institution of international education in the United States. They started as you see here, these are the Nobel Prizes men, and they started after 1999 and after the 1929 crisis in the United States. So it's a long history. In Turkey, this kind of work started in the 1950s after the Marshall help after the World War. So why did the United States take too much steps and why Europe is not? This is the example of it. Now Turkey, Arman gives some description, but I think this is a very good job what the Higher Education Council is doing at the moment. Study in Turkey. This is one of the higher education programs. and they just started it this year, and they're starting to work on it very seriously. I hope this program will be a sustainable program. I hope they follow it, because it needs to be work very hard on it. But Study in Turkey established this year for foreign students who would like to come to Turkey, and it's a good international website. When we come to the Kocaeli University, where I come from, it's one of the largest universities in Turkey by the numbers. We have 72,000 students in a huge big number. Maybe we're the third or fourth largest university in Turkey. This is some way good, but some way is not, because we have the students up there coming with the in first 100 group of the students we have, and we have the student in that part. So they're not the compact students which we're educating. And we have faculties about 12, and we have 22 vocational schools, 2 years. It's because of the area, it's the industry area of Turkey. And we have some higher education academies. It's one of the largest universities in Turkey. Well, I'd like to give you the information here. This, to open the doors international area in Turkey is a new subject. When I elected director in 2006, it was very new. The area was very new. Erasmus programs were very new. International offices was very new. And to bring the students to study on this area was very new. But all Turkish universities like us working very hard for it. And if you see here in 2002, we only had 20 students coming from the abroad. Nowadays, it's 1,030. But I'm sure only to my calculation, only the 700 of them will graduate, because the others are not the good followers to the university. Number looks high, but when you put it to the realization, they are not real students, as far as I can observe from the outside. We have postgraduate students, 146, PhD students, 34. These are the numbers who are really coming to the university and who are really working very hard. The others mostly coming from Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, Bulgaria, Germany, and Iran. Germany ones are not the German, they're German citizens, but they're not the German. They're the Turkish citizens who are living in Germany. Because of their family relations, they come to Turkey. They speak Turkish, and so when you see the Germany here, they're not the real German ones coming here. Turkish students they are, and Iran students coming mostly. These are the places where we have the students. What we're trying to do is strengthen the international relations offices, support the universities and higher education, promoting academic staff mobility and improving working conditions and easing visa procedures, increasing financial support, and so on. What we have to do, accommodation problems of students at first arrival, Turkish language courses, more focus on English medium and education, visa problems, and socio-cultural point of view. Last year we had a student coming from Japan, and she couldn't live in our dormitories because of some religious regions. This happened. This is a case. So by the socio-cultural point of view, these students should be supported. We opened a Turkish language teaching unit for foreign students. At the moment, 120 students for this year. And this is something, we did good job. These are the residencies, these houses. They're 1+1 small residencies, and we all rent them to the foreigners. It's not a rent, actually, we gave them. It's maybe $20 in a month. We gave them to the foreign PhD students who comes, their families. And this worked very good. They're very happy, their adaptation to university and their studies, their researches. These are all full now. More than 100 families live here. Master students and the PhD students living in these houses. So we almost solved this problem by working. These were the flats by three bedrooms and 1 big salons. I divided them and made them 1+1, all for foreign students. And this is the picture taken in the Chamber of Industry and Commerce in Kocaeli. And our chairman of the Industry and Commerce in Kocaeli is this is the second big industrial town, Kocaeli. So we connect all these students with the industry and commerce to find a job after their qualification, or they go their home or not, work in the Turkish industry, and make their practices in the factories, living factories in the Kocaeli. So this is another good thing. Students are very happy from that. These are all engineering and technology faculty students. They have now very good practices with the Kocaeli industry and commerce. And 4 times in a year, we collect these students in our auditorium and try to listen to them what their difficulties are, what they need, and the food, the home, their scholarship, their problems, their families. This is about 4 or 5 hours we stay with them, and I personally, myself and the vice rectors attend these meetings, and they say they're happy about it. And so our new project, the organization of international doctorate workshops and scientific workshops, the support of incoming and outgoing guest lectures, the co-financing of summer schools and high-ranking international conferences. Actually, we try to work very hard for the Kocaeli University to increase the number and increase the quality. This is not easy, but 6 years ago they were 20, this year they're 1,000. Maybe they're going to be 1,500 next years, and it's another job, another window from the university. I think we have to do very hard, and that's what we need. The country needs it to open the door. Mainly not the economic, but by the cultural ways. This is very, very important. So it's important for our university too. Thank you very much. This is all that I'm going to say.
Thank you. This enlightening presentation, Professor Komsoğlu. We can see that there's a big progress in your university, as it happened in Uluslararasılaşma University. But as you mentioned, we still have no way to go at country level. So I hope 50 times more students have you now, 1,000 in 6 years' time. If we multiply it, then it may go up tremendously. Yes. Okay. Our second speaker is Professor Nihat Berker, Rector of Sabancı University. Sabancı University is one of the most prestigious foundation university in the country. They are not only focusing on teaching, they have a very strong research component in their universities. I'm sure that their case will attract a lot of attention, as well as Kocaeli University.
Welcome. I would like to thank all the participants, our rector of Uluslararasılaşma University, directors who are here, organizing committee to be here, for listening to me. My name is Nihat Berker. I'm a kind of a mixed person. I was a professor at MIT for 25 years. Then 15 years ago I came back to Turkey. There in Turkey there are government and foundation universities. I think I am part of both. When I came back, I went to Istanbul Technical University. I should also say that the last few years at MIT, I was coming back to Turkey quite often, and I met our rector, Gülsün Salamer, and if Gülsün Salamer was not Gülsün Salamer, I would not have that's clear. So I was a faculty member at Istanbul Technical University for 6 years. I still have my friends there. My wife, who's somewhere around here, is a professor there. My father was a founding dean at the Istanbul Technical. So I know both sides. So what I would like to do is talk about a community of Europe, about internationalization at Sabancı University. We are a foundation universities, and we are, there are different challenges. But all in all, I came back after living in the US for 32 years. I came back 15 years ago, and not for 1 second did I think, oh, I made a mistake. I'm very bullish on Turkey. I think in general, looking at the last 15 years, due to, thanks to people who are around here, the country is getting better and better. It's not uniformly getting better. It's like the Turkish military march, 3 steps in front, 7 steps behind, 3 steps. But the country is getting better. And the primary reason is that, as you know, we are a very young country. The median age is 28. And more importantly, when I came back to Istanbul Technical University, I insisted to teach big auditorium classes. I met thousands of students, and the students believe in some ways in the Protestant work ethic. They believe if you work hard, you will be rewarded. And that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So we have excellent young people, and therefore the future, I think, is good. So let me go through my, tell you about Sabancı University. Sabancı University is midway between Koca University of Sezer Hanım and Istanbul Technical University of Gülsün Hanım. We have this is our campus. We have a city campus like this. Total area, total floor area, but we have also other buildings. We have a building across the historic city, which we do main applied social sciences. We have a museum where we do arts and conferences on arts, and our main campus is here. On some days I have to be in all 3 of these places, but I do all my emails in the car. I'm going to focus on international relations. We basically try to work internationally at all levels. You're going to see all the way, very young level to very mature level. We have an international board of overseers. You can see the people here from all sorts of places. These are very senior people. Once a year they come to Sabancı University. It's like a visiting committee. We give them a report, they criticize us, they give us advice. And it's good internally to get people to prepare for this. It's also good for us to get advice from them, also use their networks. Now, our numbers, we have undergraduate numbers at 3,300, graduate 850, dormitory space, percent scholarship, we have a tuition, much less than American schools, but high for Turkish standards. We give 20% full-time equivalent scholarships. That touches 33 to 36% of our students. And we are young university. We started taking students in 1999. We have 6,200 alumni, but you're going to see we went quite a bit. Now, we have mentioned there are difficulties both in the government universities and foundation, non-profit foundation universities. The big difficulty you see is 850. Where I got my degree and where I was a professor at MIT, there are 4,000 undergraduate students, there are 8,000 graduate students. There's something similar at Istanbul Technical University. Now, in our day and age, you cannot get an education if you don't do research as an undergraduate, and you do research with graduate students. We cannot get graduate students because the whole Turkish system is against foundation universities being able to get graduate students. I cannot charge their tuition to my grants, and basically I cannot charge overhead to my grants. So every time I take a graduate student, I have to go in front of my board of trustees and convince them this is a good thing, and I get a tuition scholarship I have to get. And believe me, it's hard. So this is our big challenge there. So I continue here. So we have 3 faculties. We have Faculty of Engineering and Natural Sciences, a Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, and a School of Management. There's strong international institutional alliances in each one of them. We have a nanotechnology laboratory, which is, I think, has the best clean room, such things from Vienna all the way to India, really. And it's open to all of Turkey, all of the world. Basically, there are about 100 different institutions who work there now, in addition to Sabancı University. Our School of Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences has an Istanbul Policy Center that works hand in hand with the Brookings Institution and Energy and Climate Center, which with honorary chairmanship of Fatih Birol, who you may know, is one of the top persons in the energy. And the School of Management has a 5-year strategic alliance with MIT. Our students go there for a long-term study. Our undergraduate programs, think of this as departments. We call them programs, and we don't have too much administration, therefore, so the first line of defense is the dean. Graduate programs, we have 30, and we have 7 minus programs. Now, our graduates, I think we have started, we are a young university, but we've done quite well. We have over 6,000 graduates, and they are all over the world. 20% of our graduates work, 10% of them, and study abroad. And you can see Europe, North America is named, Asia is growing. We are a challenge. I was just talking to people. I have trips planned to South Africa and to Kenya in the future to increase this. But I think also the fact that half of our graduates, 20% of our graduates are abroad, half of them are working abroad. That's not a bad thing, I think. So we do prepare them for that. We have now research. There's a Turkish saying that the mind, the intelligent way of thinking is more or less unique. Many of the things that I said before have been said. Yusuf Hoca has said that primarily research is very important. We cannot disentangle research from education. We force our students to do research from day number one as an undergraduate, the way it used to be at MIT. And this is good for them, it's good for us too. It's free labor, basically. So you have to do research. We're quite aggressive in research. Our total, this is Turkish lira, as you know, divided by 3. Our total funding right now, as of December, is quite good. Our total number of funded projects is 193. Funding for faculty member is 350,000 Turkish liras. And funded research projects is this. Remember that we have a Department of Literature, we have a Department of History, we have all of these other things as well. So this is not bad actually. For faculty, we are doing quite well. Now, I should come back. In our Nanotechnology Center, we have 18 permanent workers there, people who look after the machines, postdoc, researchers, and 8 of them are international. They're Indians, they're English people who are there. When we look for giving jobs to people, we look international. So let's continue here. Again, new research projects added each year. I became myself president in 2009, and we've been very aggressive. We're quite good. But this is the new incoming projects, and it's going like this. Every year, we hope we're going to continue this trend, basically. These are all the Turkish liras, so divide by 3 to get euros. Now I go to internationalization. Now, outgoing mobility programs like Erasmus, outgoing students in this year, 150, 6% of our students, incoming students, 232, 7% of our numbers. So I think this is good. This is actually top in Turkey. We have 2 joint degree programs. We'd love to have more. Degree students, we have 123 new registered students this year, new international students. Total international students, 284. So you can see it's improving. International faculty members, 15%. Postdocs, 34%. And 32% of our undergraduate students have a major international experience at graduation, either exchange or practical training. Why is this 32%? My board of trustees asks me to criticize it, and I say we cannot force them. The rest, they just want to do work in a laboratory. They just don't want to go for the whole summer, not have the major work here, or they just want to stay here and write poetry. I don't know, I don't care. But we have saturated there. So now, you can see this is our outgoing, this is Sabancı University students going abroad. You can see it's pretty much saturated. It's saturated by other kids wanting to do other things here. Incoming exchange students, we do well. So I should at this point say that all our courses are in English. Everything is in English. And again, said that on the message. Just what I always say, if this is a lingua franca, is whether we like it or not, English. I say to my students, if you lived 500 years ago in the Eastern Mediterranean, everybody had to speak Turkish. If you live 1,500 years ago, everybody had to speak Greek. If you lived 2,000 years ago, everybody had to speak Latin. Now, we have to learn this language, whether we like it or not, frankly. When I had the chance, when I came to IT, I insisted on not teaching anything in English. Turkish. I have to teach that. I teach every semester, but you have to do it. So basically, our incoming, and then when the president writes a message, it goes in English and Turkish. Every one of our administrative messages goes in English and Turkish. There is a phone number we can call. There's a live person who can answer give you information in Turkish. There's another phone number where there's a live person who can answer questions in English. You just have to make, as it was said before, you just have to make the students here, especially with these large numbers, you have to make the international students comfortable in Turkish. You have to make them comfortable, so they have to be able to communicate. And also they have to mingle. For example, we have a policy that in our dormitories, I was just talking, we have 4-room dormitories. We put 2 international students and 2 Turks in all of them. And 3 and 1 does not work in either way. And sometimes there are problems, there are cultural mismatches, you know, some orderliness, whatever. We face those problems, but in general, it works well. And many international students like it that way. They want to meet Turks, they want to engage. Total international full-time students, you can see degree students, you can see it is shooting up. International undergraduate students is also shooting up. And international graduate students here. Now, in many, before going to that, it also depends for graduate study, it depends on what field it is. For example, for conflict resolution, essentially we're a niche there. All of our applications come from international students for the conflict resolution master's program. Other programs, it's less, but it's a challenge. So now, the countries that are represented, of course, everything has been said, and we do take students from the East. But I mean, it's a marketing problem. We send people, we go to foires, whatever, to conferences, we go to meet people, I go abroad, and we have so many resources. We have 5 people working on internationalization. We only go where we can recruit people. For example, we don't go to Lebanon too much because it has good universities and it's a small population. On the other hand, we go to Kazakhstan, we go to Azerbaijan, we go to Pakistan because we know we can recruit people. It's a marketing. Of course, you try other things as well. But here it is. This is the font of what's writing there that tells you the international undergraduate students. International graduate students, it's more, that's more merit-driven, and of course, since they're supported, we get from the West as well, there you can see, full-time students is silence. Now, here I come back, again, the biggest challenge now that we have hundreds of students, international students, is really to make them comfortable. And that's, I mean, just have them, just park them in one corner, or have them form a ghetto among each other. I was an international student abroad, and it was very bad if all Turks come together and you just continue good old Turkey out in Cambridge, Massachusetts. What's the point of being there? So they have to feel comfortable here, so we spend a lot of time making them comfortable. As a rector, I'm a small university, I don't have tens of thousands of students, 4,000. So I have a rule, any student who wants an appointment can get an appointment with me without telling what it is within 24 hours, 20 minutes at my office. And this applies to international students as well. And so I meet them. I usually eat lunch 3 times a week because I have other things to do. Not in this thing, I have my t-shirt. I randomly sit at the student table, and I try to choose international students as well. We have one big cafeteria, everybody eats there. So I try to, and when I sit there, I say in Turkish, what a drag, the president has come here. They all smile, and then we can talk with each other. And I think we are mingling, and we're trying to do creative. For example, Pakistan has reached critical mass. Yeah. So that there are Pakistanis, their brothers and their sisters come, so they kind of, it's like us in those days going to the US. There's kind of, the whole village wants to come here. And so we formed the Pakistani Student Parents Union. So we invited them here, and this is for the first time. About 20 families came. So these are the Pakistani Parents Union visiting registration. They're on our campus, they're in front of Sultanahmet, and that's me there giving them a little speech there. And it works. For example, we have another program where we have 6 classes which everybody takes in their freshman year, in their first year. And the #1 student each year, in their 2nd year, goes to MIT for 20 hours to take classes, always participate. I must say that this program I started under Gülsün Sağlamer's protection guidance at Istanbul Technical University. Many of the things I do here, I actually started thanks to Gülsün's support. So this year, I'm telling you this because there are 6 #1 students who are going to MIT. One of them, Barzan Nisar, is a Pakistani girl. So that means that they're going now to MIT using us. And also, the #1 students from MIT in their freshman year come and take 20 hours of class at Sabancı University, and you look at them, I mean, on paper they're coming from an American university, but they're from all over the world. So that's also a way of mingling. So let me continue, time is moving. And 2 more things. In general, we have taught the budget of international students. This is also a business thing. Why is the US or England has so many international students? Sure, they're good people. They also want to make money. So basically, the market in 2020 is going to be 7 million. The market is going to be $300 million. And we should get our share in that, I think. We have a tradition of being Mediterranean, as you mentioned, cosmopolitan. The Ottoman Empire was really a cosmopolitan empire. Semi-autonomous regions ruled each other. We talked to each other, so we could do that. And also, one can predict where people are going to come from and where people are going to go. And these are all, and it has been mentioned, what's important: entrepreneurship, innovation, global competence. These are all basically important things. And also e-courses, virtual mobility, that we're trying to reach also, putting the courses online, where we put free courses online, everybody can take them. If you want to get a certificate, you have to pay 100 euros to take the exam. So it is an income track, to put it politely, but that's also important, of course. And we work at every level. So this picture you're going to see here, we have started the last 4 years a summer school for high school students. So basically, there are 45 classes, all the way from mechatronics, robotics, to a great course of the opera, to entrepreneurship and success. 45 classes given by professors. There are 2 semesters. This is the certificate ceremony of one of them, the first semester. I am here. So Nandu Rukanoglu, my vice president, is here. In here, you see 350 students, and about 150 of them are international students. And there, 150 of them, they're essentially all from Western Europe, from Germany, but mostly Germans, Turkish ancestry also, because we have classes in English and German. We have 2 classes in German, 2 classes in English, on Turkish society and culture, on Turkish economy and governance. We teach them in English, in Turkish, in German. We mix them with German high school students, and then on the weekends we take them to the parliament, we take them to Ankara. It's a good class. It also, right here, I'm here, and I must say, this man here, this blonde guy, he hates me if I say this, but he's not a German, he is my son. He's hanging around somewhere here. I also pay up. In fact, this is both good internationalization. Some of these kids come back to Sabancı University. It also has, say, like an income track. We have generated about €500,000 for our, it all goes to our scholarship fund. We have generated about €500,000 out of this program every summer. So it is, I mean, I am kind of, as you can see, I am, and my friends would recognize, I'm a hands-on person. I don't mind the way I look. I like to pull up my sleeves, just jump into something, teach myself, go talk with students, and just get going, and force other faculty to get going. Of these 45 courses in the summer for high school students, 3 of them I give. So I call my professors and I say, look, there's a great course here. And those students say, yes, hocam, it's very good. And I'm teaching 3 courses. Would you like to teach a course also? And I haven't gotten a no yet. So I think working in the field hands-on is also part of it. To just roll up your sleeves and just make body contact with all these kids. They're good kids from Turkey, from all over the world. Well, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for this exciting presentation. And the foundation is a foundation university. As a foundation university, you have a wonderful internationalization program, very successful. Congratulations. Now our last but not least speaker, Professor Osman Kamil Sağ, who is the rector of Piraeus University. Piraeus University is a special university focused on maritime education. Professor Sağ was the dean of the Faculty of Maritime at ITU for 14 years. So Professor Sağ and Professor Bertel were my deans during my rectorship. So I'm proud of them. They became rectors and very successful rectors. So I'm proud of them. So
Okay, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, early good afternoon to you all. Good morning anymore. Before I proceed any further, let me say that I have served under the rectorship, guidance and leadership of Professor Sağlamer at Istanbul Technical University to contribute towards enhancement of internationalization, globalization at higher education of Turkey and the globe, which I enjoyed very much. And thank you for your invitation for today. I also like to extend my gratitude to our host rector, Professor Hakan, for hosting this occasion together with the community of Mediterranean universities. It's a unique occasion, and I think we'll learn a lot from this meeting. As the last speaker of this session, especially trying to speak after two very distinguished rectors representing very well-known universities of Turkey, it will be a difficult task for me. I come from a very modest university, but it has its own specialties, innovative parts. As it has been said before, there are 182 universities, foundation and government universities in Turkey, but there are only 5 chamber universities. I represent my university, Piraeus University, specialized in maritime education and training, and is the University of Turkish Chamber of Shipping. It's a small, modest university, but I hope we'll have one or two things that will contribute to the cause of this meeting from what we are doing at Piraeus University. In maritime education and training, higher education, there is internationalization, there is globalization, there is accreditation, and there is quality standard system, which I think will answer to most of the questions raised by previous speakers this morning. Yes, there is a governing body of accreditation in the world for maritime education and training. It is a United Nations sub-organization called IMO, International Maritime Organization, which is in charge of all rules and regulations of a lot of maritime-related topics, including maritime education and training. There is a basic charter of maritime education and training throughout the world. And the Bible of the maritime education training is called as STCW, Standards of Training, Certification, Watchkeeping of Seafarers. All 182 countries throughout the world that are carrying out maritime education and training at all levels, including higher education, has to obey with the minimum standards of STCW. Well, STCW has been started by administrations of countries which are representing them at IMO. In Turkey, the administration is the Ministry of Transportation, Maritime Affairs and Communications. And STCW, the main charter of the maritime education and training throughout the world, goes back to 1987, and it has been amended for a certain number of times, 95, 97, and recently in 2010, in a diplomatic conference in Manila, Philippines. Well, there are two parts in this basic agreement. Part A, they are the mandatory provisions that you have to obey to in terms of organizing your education and training. Part B is recommended guidance. Well, there are what we call IMO model courses that define your undergraduate curriculum for all 182 countries. If you are in Australia, if you are in Turkey, if you are in Iceland, if you are doing maritime education and training, you have to follow these minimum mandatory requirements defined in terms of IMO model courses. Those two at the top define the first and second year of the curriculum, which is more or less equivalent of junior college of higher education. These define the curriculum of the third and fourth year of the higher education. These are the minimum requirements. You can teach more, but if you teach less, then you are in bad terms with IMO. Through those, the specifications of, as I said, minimum standards of competence, knowledge, understanding, proficiency, methods for demonstrating competence, and criteria for evaluating competence is defined. But if you satisfy, as an administration, the STCW rules and regulations in maritime education and training, you are in the white list of IMO. If you don't, you are in the black list. Your diploma doesn't mean anything. There is also a quality standard system. This is an independent evaluation covering all aspects of training and administration of the certification system, conducted at intervals of not more than 5 years by IMO competent person panels. These are international panels. Assessing, this is the nice way of putting it, but it is really inspection of country reports of administration which are parties to IMO, and there are site visits. IMO informs you that it's coming for an assessment mission, and you already have declared all of your maritime education and training institutes. Just by random selection, they come and visit some. If they see some standard points according to their definition, the whole country goes into the blacklist. Well, I won't go into the details of this. There are different types of maritime education and training throughout the world, which all 1,072 maritime institutions. This is what's nice about internationalization. This is what's nice about globalization. I know each and every maritime institute throughout the world, 1,072 of them. We follow the same curriculum, and we all know each other. They follow different systems. I won't go into the details of this, but some of the well-known maritime, there are maritime universities. By the way, Piraeus University is a maritime university in Turkey. It's a small, modest university, but it's a maritime university specialized only in maritime disciplines. There are maritime universities. The good ones are mainly around Pacific. I'll tell you why later on. Chinese universities, Korean universities, Japanese universities, some good ones in East Europe. Then there are academies, faculties, colleges, departments. As you go to West Europe or North Europe, the maritime education and training is not in terms of universities, it goes down to departments. I'll tell you why. And there are some very unique models. I understand we have some Egyptian friends with us, among us. There is a very well-known academy in Alexandria, which is specialized in maritime education and training. That's a good model. Again, these are some details. As I said, the maritime education and training in Turkey is not only under Higher Education Council, but it is under both Higher Education Council and the administration of Turkey at IMO, which is the Ministry of Transportation, Maritime Affairs and Communications. This is a unique discipline where, within my knowledge, there is a committee between bodies that control the maritime education and training jointly. Well, these are the colleges, faculties. This is their 2013 recruitment, number of students. There are about 10 of these, and this is my university. The ones with stars are more established older universities, the rest are new. We need these numbers because we declare them every year to IMO, to the rest of the world, to find out the supply-demand curve of the potential seafaring officers throughout the world. So in Turkey, this is the number of students we have recruited into these 4-year universities for maritime education and training. These are 2-year junior colleges. This is their recruitment capacity. They after graduating from 2-year junior colleges, they qualify for not ocean-going unlimited licenses as seafaring officers, but they qualify as junior officers at limited capacity. The world needs them too. And also in Turkey, there are 38 maritime vocational high schools. When you graduate from these high schools, for example, 2013, 1,600 graduated. 2014, we are expecting the same number to graduate. And when they graduate from these schools, they are entitled to smaller certificates of competency, which we call near coastal voyage licenses. But we need them too. The world needs them too. Well, this is a table from the Ministry of Transportation, Maritime Affairs and Communications. This is, as I said, what's nice about internationalization. This is real internationalization, globalization. We need to know these numbers in Turkey. We need to know these numbers throughout the world to tackle the supply-demand curve of the seafaring officer capacity throughout the world, and try to get the biggest piece from the cake available. So this shows here at all licenses the number of deck graduates between 2006 and 2013 that has been active officers. These are engineers. So as Turkey, you'll see, this is, there are a lot of international statistics showing the supply-demand curve of seafaring officers throughout the world. starting at 2005, and according to different scenarios in 2020, we know how many seafaring officers we will need throughout the world, never mind Turkey. This is what's nice about internationalization. There is always a demand, and this is a quite old statistics. This is showing the manpower of supply of seafaring officers throughout the world. Turkey is doing quite well. These are all international statistics. Another one in 2009 through RUPAL, more or less the same numbers. Turkey is producing about, from all of its universities, faculties, junior colleges, maritime vocational high schools, 32,400 active seafaring officers, which are contributing to the total number of active seafarers throughout the world. This is another one by BIMCO and ISF. And also we have to know the fleet, international fleet, that these seafaring officers will be employed on. This is a rather old one. As you see, Turkey merchant fleet is composed of about 1,600 vessels over 1,000 gross ton or more, totaling to about 18.1 million gross ton. But recently, this number has increased to 30.1 million. And instead of ranking 18, Turkey ranks about 12 now. So, through internationalization, globalization, in this discipline, you have to know at the end of the day how many seafaring officers are expected and how many ships are available to employ them on, so that you make decisions. Well, quality standard system, numbers in this discipline is not as important as quality standards, because if you don't have quality standards, again, you are out of the game. Well, Turkey is in the whitelist of IMO since 1995, and also, never mind IMO, but also EMSA, European Maritime Safety Agency, carries out some, as they call, assessment, on-site visits by the field inspection. Turkey has been found to comply with the requirements of STCW Convention, and also EU recognition of the Turkish MET, this is Maritime Education and Training, and certification system is consequently extended in accordance with the provisions of the directive in 2010. So we are right. A very recent news, as you have seen from the list, 2 out of every 3 seafaring, active seafaring officers throughout the world is from Philippines. According to ILO, there are different salaries. So if you increase the numbers right away, still it doesn't work out. You have to work on quality as well. Very recently, last 15 days ago, EMSA, the result of EMSA visit to Philippines was negative. So they will be banned from graduating seafaring officers at least for 3 years. So there's a panic in the world now. And we are trying our best to get the biggest share of the cake as Turkey from this unfortunate problem. Well, I'm not going to the details of this. These are some of the details of how we get through our quality standard system. Quality standard system of MET in Turkey before February 2004 was just through ISO 9000, 14,000 certificates. ABET is very good system, but is not enough for MET, because Maritime Education and Training accreditation needs to be accredited by 182 countries, not only by United States. Well, the existing quality standard system of MET in Turkey is now, as I said, Ministry of Transport, Maritime Affairs and Communication is the administration in Turkey, which is party to IMO. We have an independent assessment council by law. With all due modesty, I was elected as the founding chairman of Turkey, assessing all of the MET institutes in Turkey. Under the presidency, rectorship of Professor Salamer, back in 2000, we have started the very first international association of maritime universities of the world. Now it has 72 member countries from all 5 continents, with an annual budget supported by a Japanese foundation. Professor Salamer was the initiator of this grant, together with Mr. Ahmet Salamer. I remember those days where we approached Nippon Foundation for that annual grant. We are getting $1.5 million for this association every year to bring the top 72 maritime education and training universities throughout the world from 5 countries. Sorry, what did we do? Thank you. Well, as I said, this quality standard system is very important. It is carried out in first, we carry out quality standard system within ourselves. All maritime education and training institutes at all levels have a quality standards manual. We pay visits to each and every university every year. Then we submit the country report to EMSA or IMO every 5 years. They come paying site visits. They randomly choose any maritime education and training institute. They conduct the quality standards assessment. And if something goes wrong with one of us, the whole country goes onto the blacklist. So we have to be very, very careful in starting maritime education and training institutes without satisfying the minimum standards, international standards. Otherwise, whole Turkey will go. It can be excellent one university, but new university doesn't comply with the rules and regulations, Turkey is out. Well, coming back to my university, in numbers it's a very small university, but it's a unique university. It's the University of Turkish Chamber of Shipping, which started back in 2008 from scratch. When I first went there, I had a little chair and a table, nothing else, sitting in the middle of a land of 28 acres. Our budget comes from Turkish Chamber of Shipping. We recruited the first students, very symbolic numbers in 2009. We will have our first graduates this year. It's named after Piraeus. Everybody in Turkey knows who Piraeus is, but Piraeus was one of the, for our guests, famous Ottoman Turkish admirals and cartographers who lived in the 16th century. He was not only a captain, he was a scientist. In fact, last year, UNESCO declared 2013 as the year of Piraeus, and he is very well known for his world map, which he did 500 years ago, which is unbelievably more or less the same as what we have today. As I said, finance of the university comes from Chamber of Shipping. We are situated in Tuzla in 4 different campuses. We have spent the first 5 years here in a very modest small building. Professor Berker knows, he was our guest several times. Next Tuesday, I have a very important occasion. If it weren't Professor Salamer, I never could have come here, but I am very loyal to her. I owe her a lot. So if she asked me to jump down from the bridge of Bosporus I'll do it. So she asked me to come along. I did, but I have to go right away back because we are having the unofficial opening of our new campus, inviting about 2,000 guests on Monday. So I have to go back after my presentation. We have 2 more lands for guest houses. This is in our future plans for a maritime museum. So we have a total of about 100 hectares of land in Tuzla now. This is our existing new campus right next to my old employment, which I was very proud to be the founding dean of this maritime faculty of ITU. This is what my new campus looks like. This is 60,000 square meters of indoors. What you see from outside is nothing. It is all underground. It's all connected to each other, and it has all state-of-the-art facilities of the 21st century. We are having the unofficial opening next Monday. Some pictures. This is what it looks like now. I'm a bit embarrassed to tell you about numbers, but this is the reality. We could only recruit very symbolic number of students last 5 years because we didn't have space. But starting this year, as a total, we have 1,093 students in about 3 or 4 of our maritime faculty, maritime college, faculty of engineering, faculty of economics and administrative sciences. 75 are female, but this year only we are planning to recruit about 2,000 because our target is about Sabukit University, specialized in maritime affairs. Our target is 5,000, not more. We also like to carry out, we like to be the cluster of research and development in maritime related affairs. Very little postgraduate students. These are very important for maritime university. These are our old laboratories. This is our new and state-of-the-art simulators and laboratories, which is -- 1 in Europe now, I can say. And our campus is a green campus, environmentally specific, environmentally sensitive campus, which has a lot of specialities, which I won't go into the details of. Very few academicians at present, but it's 10 to 1. We have about 92 academicians. Administrative staff, again, low, but it will be 1 to 10. If we have 5,000 students, it will be 500. Now, this is my last slide. This is the unique approach towards increasing the quality and efficiency of MET in Turkey. In Turkey, by our Piraeus Maritime University and Turkish Chamber of Shipping, we recruit the correct cadets. You see, in universities, there's a general entrance exam to all universities, and you recruit the students which chooses you. But the students that choose us, we take them through an orientation program of 15 days. If they're not good for us, we kindly ask the Higher Education Council of Turkey to send them to their next choice. We make sure we choose the right students for a seafaring officer. This is something I think only our university does in Turkey. Grants and loans. Now we have these students. 95% of our students are on grants. The total grants is to 50%. 95 take grants ranging from 25% to 100%, but out of 1,100 students, 550 of them are on, as a foundation university, this is very unique, on full grants. The rest are on loans. This is the innovative side of my university. As soon as a student enters his or her foot to our university, we give him or her job guarantee upon graduation. In Turkey or outside of Turkey. And ILO tells you how much monthly you'll be earning. A Turkish Philippines graduate will get about $900, $1,000 per month. Turkish graduate, counted as Eastern European, according to ILO, is entitled to $3,000 per month after tax. So we replaced him upon his graduation this year. We are giving the first graduates, they all have their jobs before graduation. They will get minimum $3,000. Through a certain percentage of that $3,000, which won't be more than 25%, they'll pay their loans back. I think this is a unique system. We teach them traditional Turkish maritime education training discipline because serving on board vessels needs certain disciplines. And normally, it's our experience that students coming from modest income families make good seafaring officers. Students a bit more spoiled, coming from more rich families, they can't have that discipline quite. There are, of course, exceptions of living in a closed space for 6 months, queuing in front of the shower, sharing your lunch with others. This needs some kind of discipline. That's why we wear uniforms. And there is also discipline between classes. State-of-the-art facilities. It is the first green, internationally accredited university campus of Turkey. Onboard training system. Our system, out of 4 years, one is on board of a vessel, 12 months. So Chamber of Shipping was very kind to give one of the passenger ferries to the university. Starting this year, we'll do 1 year of our training on board of our vessel. Also, I was privileged to be elected as the GOBTC chairman at IMO, which means Global Onboard Training Center chairman. We have some protocol with some third world developing countries, and we give them training as well together with our Turkish students. Starting this year, for example, we are admitting about 300 Nigerians on board our training vessel every year for the next 5 years. This is a protocol done by the Ministry of Nigeria. Curriculum, as I said, 100% in line. Emphasis on English language. This is very, very important. Our language of instruction is English because IMO is a sub-United Nations organization. There are 6 working languages, but English is the most used one. So if you want to be a good seafaring officer, you need to learn English. We teach in English, but that's not enough. Because in Turkey, we listen to the lectures in the classroom in English. When there's a break of 10 minutes, we go outside and talk Turkish to each other. So what we do to overcome this, we have direct contact with 72 top maritime education and training universities throughout the world. Of course, we use Erasmus Plus, but our 5% of our students, this number will stay constant, is non-Turkish. So we like to have at least in our classes, according to our quality standards, we can't have classes larger than 24. In every classroom, there is at least 2 or 3 non-Turkish students. So the professor can't speak in Turkish. Also, out of our academic staff of 100, 10% is sabbatical leaves from other universities, foreign lectures. So we, inside classroom and outside of the classroom, we encourage students to speak in English, and all of our students, they don't have to be Einsteins, but they have to be able to speak English if in the middle of Panama Canal, if they want to be able to contact with the other ship's master through English to avoid some kind of disaster. We give a lot of importance to e-learning because some of the officers, they like to continue to their education. They can't come to the university. We give them e-learning, education e-learning, they only come for exams. We give a lot of importance to women in development for maritime education and training because IMO encourages this, and we encourage women to be captains and chief engineers. Turkish Chamber of Shipping is behind us, better facilities on board vessels for our graduates. As I said, Erasmus is very symbolic for us. Of course, we make use of Erasmus and Erasmus Plus, but we have in direct contact, telephone call. We know each other very well with 72 maritime universities throughout the world from 5 continents. We exchange very normally academicians, students, carry out joint programs, carry out European Union projects, other projects. We give guidance to maritime industry and government, postgraduate studies yielding in academia and seafaring background. Sorry, it was a bit long maybe, but to conclude, I kindly and humbly recommend similar international quality standard system recommended for all disciplines of Turkish higher education, starting with more modest regional academical applications, maybe Black Sea, Mediterranean Sea, same curriculum. So students exchange universities. They sit down, 5th semester, same curriculum, no problem. You can go to China, same. Iceland, the same. So in English, no problem. Then maybe if we start with regional developments like this, which is a unique example, that's what we are doing here, then extending the system to Europe and to the rest of the world is my humble recommendation. Thank you very much.
Professor Sağ, thank you very much for this very informative and very interesting presentation. By its nature, maritime education have to be international and global, so we learned a lot from your presentation. Thank you so much. I think we don't have time for questions. I'm sorry about that. I would like to thank 3 of the speakers for their excellent presentations. I would like you to applaud them. I also would like to thank the rector of 19 Mayıs University for his hospitality and for hosting this meeting here. My sincere thanks to 19 Mayıs University and the rector and CMU as well. So the next session should be ready here. So,
though I feel alone or almost alone here, I will escape because we are in a very great delay. I will escape what I wanted to say before starting this section.
I think we have an hour, one part.
So let's do it just one slide. The Samsung 214.
This one.
No. Yeah. And the availability of collaborating with CMU in launching some sort of strict collaboration between the community of Mediterranean universities and Uluslararasılaşma University. By the way, I have to confess and apologize because the first time that I read Uluslararasılaşma University, I thought that was the name and surname of a very important Turkish personality. Only lately I have understood the meaning and the historic meaning of this university. Now, I hope that it's not applicable the term the last and but not the least. I hope that we will say something about these internationalization experiences within the CMU. And before going ahead, just a few words to indicate what could be chosen as keywords for the internationalization. It is a must, of course, the recognition of the titles acquired. This is a very important. Now, this brings out also another problem. What kind of curriculum should be? At the beginning, since we are a non-governmental organization recognized by UNESCO, we have discussed with UNESCO as well as the Council of Europe about the two possible ways of doing it. One is a rigid curriculum, which is very difficult to apply, just to tell you the truth, to all the participant institutions. And the other, to have a flexible curriculum, whereby there is a hardcore, which is similar and common with two different institutions, with a flexible one which allows eventually the addition of the traditional competencies that are specific for that kind of institution, that kind of region or country. So this is one important keyword that should be remembered. Another one is the multilaterality, which means a very important idea that is very strictly linked to the first key word, which is the recognition of the title, because of course bilateral recognition is very restrictive, I guess, for making a title as much as possible usable, with a bad word for the market, for the cultural market as well as professional one. So multilaterality means that many universities, many institutions should recognize, should of course participate, collaborate in the application of that curriculum and recognize it, so that it can be used all over the world. And for this reason, the community of Mediterranean universities, by putting together the universities from the south side and the north side, can open up the possibilities for applying the title also to Europe as well as other parts of Europe. But of course, there are also some other keywords, but I will escape them. Capacity building, governance and local needs, participation and information, ethics and best practices. Somebody was talking about the evaluation of the competence and the know-how of different curricula and cultural heritage. That's why, just the last words, that's why in our agreement, which I think will be signed this afternoon between Professor Akan, rector of Ondokutsmais University, and Professor Salamer, president of the Community of Mediterranean Universities, envisages the possibility to have leader universities, but as well as other associate universities which could participate and collaborate in implementing the different curricula and courses. Now, you can notice that we participate in this section 3 happy couples. We have decided all together with the democratic approach that for each couple has been allotted 20 minutes. I apologize now if after the 20 minutes I will stop the speaker. Let's start with the first one, first couple, and I ask Professor Ella Schwad to come to the table. Professor Francesco Rosudo, who is the General Secretary of the Community of Mediterranean University, and Professor Mohamed El Ashfad, who is the Vice President of Community of Mediterranean University, is coming from Tanta University in Egypt. And then we talk about higher education internationalization, harmonization, and multilateral recognition. Please, Professor Bosuto.
Okay. Sorry, but I can give some sketch because it's for 2 reasons. We are late, and second, this is a speech. The topic of this speech is really so hard, and I think that is necessary to discuss deeply about this topic. I connected globalization and internationalization because there are the same faces, 2 faces of the same phenomena, and in my opinion, internationalization is a tool of globalization, and globalization enforces internationalization. Because the globalization looks at a wider market, and the internationalization becomes stronger in this condition. Because the internationalization is equal the market, is a tool of market, and this is the main connection. Which is the international scenario now? The globalization enhances the uncertainty and changed the scenario. In the past, we had a very good situation because we had an uncertainty, static uncertainty. because we looked at a limited territory. We knew a lot about this territory, and we move with certainty in this territory. Now, with the globalization and the internationalization, we enter in a different scenario. We stay in a different dynamic. This is the dynamic of uncertainty too, but it's a dynamic uncertainty. At the same time, the globalization offers more opportunities, but requires more capabilities and abilities at the same time, because there is a higher education, but a higher competition too. To control the dynamic uncertainty, we need of a continental or worldwide regulation, of an harmonization of rules and processes, of a multilateral recognition of study titles, first of all, joint titles. Because is this the future, that the single university, it may be the best, but the university will join to answer to different questions, different needs. About the multilateral recognition, this is the problem that is a sketch, but is a problem that I try to face. The principle is of multilateral recognition, sorry, there is a mistake, in the European Union, is applied, just applied for goods, foods and services. And we listened the former speaker that was speaking about ISO standards, and is the pre-competitive standard. This is a pre-competitive standard for the market. And why not for the study title? Why? If there is this recognition, why not for the study title? The principle of multilateral recognition is a guarantee for market. Maybe that market does not trust in IE system. Is this the problem that I face here? And I would like to be. If there is, this principle is a guarantee for the market, it's possible for the study titles, the market does not trust in our system of higher education, and this is put the problem of relationships between enterprises and training and educational systems. And to answer this market requirements, maybe that we have to change something in the HE system. And I think that this is the challenge in the future, but I ask you to. Okay, I finished. Thank you very much.
First, I thank the OM University for their hospitality and my colleagues to give me the chance to see each other and speak about a very important cooperation in the universities. I speak mainly on higher postgraduate education, and I don't like to put things into all or none. Either the candidate migrate to a different university or different country to make his degree, we can make it into cooperation between different universities. And I feel this is much practical. And we have, me personally and we on my university, we have a very good experience which we will tell you now. Our experience in joint research, master and PhD programs are successful between American, English and German universities but limited between Mediterranean countries. This can be more activated. So how to activate between the Mediterranean countries? Language. An international language, English mainly, or French, has to be used besides the national language to attract people. We must have a common language, and I feel English now becoming an international teaching language. And this may be a problem in especially countries which speak a very local language like Turkey or Italy, for example. In Egypt, for example, we have many countries speaking Arabic, so that we have a good number of foreigners coming to Egyptian universities. And I feel now at least 10% of the students, undergraduate, are foreigners from Arab and African countries. And in the private universities in Egypt, 30% are foreigners. And we give a strict upper limit for foreigners just to not to have a native student, especially in the private, for them. And so language is very important. Early preparation and declaration of future research programs and master degrees in Mediterranean institutions. Every university has to declare its future route of research that can, especially for the I speak on the postgraduate, so that we can prepare candidates for master or PhD or training courses and so on and so. Reciprocal identification or recognition, which we call, of certificates and diplomas between different countries. And I feel this is one of the rules of the CMU and UNESCO to approach this recognition of certificates and diploma or titles between different countries. Scholarships and facilities for foreign candidates, especially accommodation. And this morning we heard about how this university make some facilities of accommodation for foreign to attract them. Exchange of teachers between mother and hosting institution. And that's what I feel I call cooperation between universities. So that if you attract teachers, you can attract also students. And the regular training courses, this must be also come with the reciprocal identification so that future or regular training courses can attract foreign students. Topics suggested for Mediterranean university cooperation: tourism, medical, preventive, academic and clinical, pharmaceutical, nurse, physiotherapy, pharmacy, and investigation technicians. Because the high technology now is one of the tools of the teaching, not only history and geography, even that. So these are good media to begin this cooperation and to attract foreign students. Agriculture, especially salted water irrigation and condensed covered planting, solar and renewable energy source industry. All these programs can attract more students, and they are beneficial to both countries, the mother country and the host. Water, marine fishing, fishing farms and industry, heritage and monument reservation and discovery, which these are topics are common between the Mediterranean universities and can be lines of joint studies. We care about masters, creation of master studies and degrees in common interest topic to attract candidates from different Mediterranean, European and non-European countries. We had successful examples under supervision of CMU in Italy, Slovenia and Spain, affiliated to the CMU. PhDs, joint channels and supervision between two or more universities or institutions where practical research is done in the host country and the jury in the mother country, including both professors, to counteract the degree authorization difference. I feel this is a very good, fruitful type of joint work between two universities, mother university and foreign university or host university. And a professor from both, one from here and one from here, And the candidate makes some of his work in the mother university and complete his work in the other university. And the jury will be, the diploma will come from the original mother to counteract all the bureaucratic and identification of titles. And I have experience in such joint research. I have supervised, I personally was lucky to supervise PhDs in Harvard, in Boston, Cornell University, Louisiana University, Tennessee University, and Florida University in USA. And maybe I have 2 PhDs even in New York, Cornell, and 2 in Louisiana. Also in Sheffield and London in United Kingdom, and in München and Tübingen in Germany, 2 in München and 1 in Tübingen. Egyptian candidates spent 1 or 2 years in foreign universities to complete the research. The research began in the Egyptian university, and he spent 1 or 2 years to complete his research, and the jury is held in Egyptian university. Also, I shared in teaching master degrees in Italy, Libya, and Syria. And I feel this type of cooperation between the universities solves most of the problems of democracy, of bureaucracy, and authorization and recognition. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentations. You have covered much less than the allotted time, so it gives us maybe at the end the possibility to open a discussion of the different presentations. Now we go to the second couple, Professor Adriana Ceci and Vittorio Silano. Higher Education International Activities of the Gianni Benzi Pharmacological Research Foundation in the Regulatory Science and Research in the Session Experiences at International Level. Of course, Professor Adriana Ceci and Professor Silano. Professor Ceci is the president of the Gianni Benzi Pharmacological Research Foundation. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you again for this invitation. I have learned a lot of things today, and I am confident that my presentation will give to you some suggestion on an additional possible internationalization initiative to perform together with the University of Ondergoed that is hosting us, and on the initiative of the CMU. In a few words, I would like to show you something about this Pharmacological Research Foundation that is a registered not-for-profit scientific research organization. Is relatively young, so I ask your pardon if I present initiatives that are very limited in comparison with the large experience that today many of you presented to us. But our focus is very specialist. Our focus is on advancing pharmacological research in those springing up what Professor Gianmartino Benzi has done in his scientific and professional life. And linking the link on this is represented by the field of interest that is to have in the world good and safe product for human use. And this is justified by the dramatic improvement of knowledge that we had in this last year, that representing a reason for the emergence of new types of products for human use that are characterized by a very important content in science. So, which are the tools we use to develop this our mission? We promote networking at international level, and we are also used to set up educational activities, to transfer the science in something of more practical. And what is which thing of practical is regulatory science. Regulatory science is what is able to transfer the science improvement and advancement in a concrete tool and rule that make able people to transfer this science on the market. So this is the word that Franco Losudo said to us just a few minutes ago. And so this focus is relevant to create a common market, but not only a European market, because globalization is yet a reality in this sector. Medicine, food, medical device are global, and human products for human use are of interest for everywhere and for everybody. So the question is the high level of complexity in this field. We know that develop a drug has been and still is complex, but more and more the complexity is linked to the technological advancement. And this is a reality for medicinal, gene therapy, somatic cell therapy, tissue therapy. The use of biotech is the relevant issue today, but also is true for food and innovation. Because even in this field, there is a lot of innovation that we have to meet. And usually, academic is not so prompt to introduce in the traditional curricula the innovation in this field. This is the reason for what we have set up some advanced international regulatory, in the regulatory science sector, high-level training course. We have put attention to all the main problems in this field that are advanced therapy, but also orphan drug, and also new rule for access drugs, food, and so on. And this is also has represented the way to create a real regulatory science network. So the passage from the foresight training course to the regulatory science network is demonstrated in this slide. As you can see, many universities participated to the Gianni Pensi Pharmacological Research Network, many public agencies that represented the core of the assessment, but also, and this is a novelty in this field, all the stakeholders are interested to understand what is regulatory rule, such as patients' organization and as well industrial commercial organization. This networking experience is supported also by other networking activities of the Gianni Bezzi Foundation that is demonstrated in this slide. All of these are network created by the support of the European Commission. What I would like to underline that in many relevant of these, Mediterranean area is involved. We have very good relationship with Turkey, with Tunisia, with Egypt. So we would like today link this experience and go on with the presentation of the Professor Vittorio Silano that will go in deep in this proposal to set up a master on regulatory science, and that I very hope that this can be hosted also at the Ondoputs University with the collaboration of all of you. Thank you.
Professor Silano, it's your turn.
Well, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, I would like to start saying that I'm very pleased to be here with you today, and as you have heard by Professor Ceci, that my task is essentially to briefly introduce this idea of Bezzi Foundation about a proposal for implementing an international regulatory science master. The idea that I'm trying to explain is that we are really dealing here with a very advanced front line between science and regulation and real life, having a tremendous impact on everyday life of many people, and these issues are common to all the countries in principle, and of course also to Mediterranean countries. This is also an area where development is very fast. Trade is fundamental. And for instance, knowing what exactly are the regulations in different countries in terms of food safety, acceptability of food, is absolutely fundamental to ensure safe trade and effective trade. So in a way, we are also trying to address here very essential economic segments of human activities. As it has been noted already, these are areas which are in which development is very fast, and although the issues may appear very complicated, but if we go down to the substance of the way these issues are dealt with in different member countries, in spite of many differences, we know that there is a line, common line, moving across. And I think the main task of this master might really be to highlight that common line, which, because all the member countries who are developing their specific procedures, their objectives, regulatory objectives, are in fact aiming essentially at protecting human health. So in a way, the differences, in my opinion, are, although they seem to be very wide, are in reality much less so. And it is possible to approach such a complicated issues in 1 year master, at least for helping those who are going to work in this area to have a more wide international experience, better understanding of what is the situation worldwide. And we also thought that it would be helpful to not only deal with the medicinal product, which of course is the heart of this master, but also with food. And I just would like to show in this slide, for instance, that in the USA, the same agency is competent for food and drugs, and also in the European Union, the directorate managers who are competent for the food and the drug sectors, they are exactly in the same directorate. This is DG Sanko. But then when we move from let's say, the management level, when we move to the scientific level, of course, there is a much higher, much important specialization. And there are many agencies working around in the European Union and in other countries. At European level, for drug products, we have the EMEA agency, the Medicine Evaluation Agency. And as you can see, this is a very broad and complex agency with many scientific committees being competent for different sectors. As well as also at the European level, we have an agency for food safety. And also this agency, as you can see from this slide, consists of many sectorial scientific panels, depending on the nature of their priority subject. And the general tendency is now that there is a growing tendency to separate what is management from what is scientific assessment. And the whole objective of this is really to ensure independence of scientists when they provide their opinion with respect to managers. And managers in this way also are asked to take more responsibility, more open responsibility, more transparent approaches. This is another common tendency in many countries. Now they are establishing their national food safety agency, and I can share with you that also this is true in Turkey. I had pleasure in 2013 to work 2 months in Ankara within the Ministry of Agriculture, discussing with them within a European project how to establish for the best a Turkish agency for food safety. So I know that this is an ongoing process, and these are areas which are of growing importance, both in not only in terms of public health, but also in economic terms. So the idea of this master is really to cover drugs and foods and all those aspects which are specifically regulated. And this slide also only tries to indicate some of them. For instance, for different medicinal products, we have different registration or authorization approaches. And those approaches, although they are specific, but they also can be all brought together to a logical flow of information and level of certainty. But of course, addressing specific different areas and sectors, highlighting the differences is also very helpful to understand the whole process. And the same applies to food. Although food in this slide only has one box, because for instance, we have important labeling regulation, but also authorization in the food area is quite an important sector. For instance, normal food at European level, they have to undergo an ad hoc authorization, food additives, food flavoring. So the ability of preparing dossier, analyzing dossier, understanding, reading those dossiers are absolutely fundamental for the operators in this area. And we are really aiming with that proposal to build up and to help the development of high-level professionals who can really cope with this task. So as you can see, the main 4 tasks of this master are to provide legal, economic, technical knowledge to a knowledge user, to make them fully comfortable, but a certain net fields. Okay, let's do. Okay, the second objective is mainly understanding the scientific content of how to develop these products, because the level of innovation is very high in those specific areas. And then to design, apply, discuss, assess the scientific data to know which are the competent scientific interlocutors, part of protagonists, and to know how to establish relationship between the companies, maybe private or public, whatever, with competent authorities and with scientific experts. I think we can go now through all of them. In conclusion, the master we are thinking about is a 1-year master, in the order of 50 weeks, as you see. The total number of credits should be 60, which credits consisting of 25 hours. So altogether, this would make 1,500 hours of activity. And in this sense, one of the ideas that would be interesting to really to check and to consider is whether there is a possibility for sharing this teaching activity between maybe a local university or anyway between universities so to give a possibility to students, the participants, to move from one place to another. So not only experiencing the whole body of knowledge which is relevant here, but also having the opportunity for working in different environments, being confronted with quite possibly some practical difference in teaching approach, and also the way of practically dealing with these products. Thank you very much for your attention.
Professor Adrianatisi, Professor Silano. The proposal overlaps quite nicely with some of the modules which are specific for another matter which we are working on, which is the food safety and health problems. So we hope that it can be implemented in the near future. Then we pass to the last couple, which is Professor Massimo Guarascio and Enzo Siviero. They are mainly involved in the réseau méditerranéen des ingénieurs, which is actually an associate network to CMU, and therefore is an integral part of CMU. And we are very, very happy to have this collaboration throughout the last year. So please, Professor Massimo Guarascio.
Good morning to everybody. The acronym of the RMEI is in French and means Network of the Mediterranean School of Engineering. This was the initial group. Now is enriched with the architecture, management, and the agronomics school. So a network with the spirit of a network. RMEI and Higher Education Internationalization, New Horizons. This presentation is dedicated to Gulsum Sabamer because you start the speech with a word. This internationalization is not new at the beginning. And at the end of the speech, it's not new, it's not enough, because we have to move to global citizens. I interpret this sentence. We have the music on the background. It's dedicated to you, and unfortunately, I cannot dedicate it to the other Turkish colleagues that presented their marvelous experiences, because I don't see them here. But it's dedicated to them too, except to one. Okay, but from the United States. So, you said not new, not enough. Not enough because we have to create global citizens. My interpretation is that internationalities doesn't mean foreign. Doesn't mean foreign. It means that you have to create a unique vision with a shared solution for common challenges. This is what we have to do. And the networking spirit is probably the tool, or one of the most effective tools for this mission. So the RMEI started to look at the legend and the history, because also mobility is a tool, because mobility means will to move, capability to move, but without exchange. and sharing ideas and tools, there is not growth. There is only knowledge of multi-disciplines, multi-views. We have to create for the global citizen an interdisciplinary way to see, an internationalities way to see, and intersectoral way to see. This is the triple I of the higher education aims in the European higher education area, but I think that could be also shared in more than European, in the Mediterranean and Black Sea. Don't forget that Mediterranean Black Sea is a three-continental area. Three-continental area. Enough people in order to create a common vision that could be offered to the world. So, looking at the legend and the history, the RMEI is nowadays is a network among more than 80 universities, existing since 20 years. Nowadays is not updated 17 countries in 3 continents. So European, African, and Asian universities, more than 200,000 students, and missions. The first was connected with the mobility, the enhancing students and ideas, both students and ideas, physical mobility but also non-physical mobility, to face Mediterranean challenges in the beginning. But as the Mediterranean challenges are difficult enough because of the 49 nationalities all around, probably the package coming from the Mediterranean networking system could be offered to the global world, with these global citizens coming up from this system. In the last meeting that we had 3 weeks ago in Tunisia, in order to enhance the new initiatives for this higher education internationalization, we thought that the solution from the Mediterranean network could be offered to the international challenges. And also the contribution to the development of the institution for higher education could be offered to the international global world. Other mission is the cooperative research with Mediterranean enterprise, and initiative is also going on in these days at the Union for Mediterranean in Barcelona in this context. Well, and with good expectations. And also for the employability, because we talk of the students, but the students is a temporary status. So the networking should act also after the student status, up to the work market challenge also. And this is another initiative that we are starting in this period now in our family. Well, the hope is creating a common kernel of high-level human resources often. So, what are the present new initiatives in the RMEI family going on? The first example I would like to mention to you or show a little bit is this campus programs, because, of course, in the RMEI, there are Erasmus and non-Erasmus universities. The Erasmus, we know, everybody knows what it is, but it's something that is a single student's opportunity to move and know other situation. But it's not enough, because all the product of the mobility should be shared among all the people involved in this process of internationalization, of globalization, of citizenship. So the campus is something more than Erasmus because it involves universities, students and academic staff, and profile, programs, and so on. RMEI is one of the responsible of this campus program, High T for MED. The acronym for is in favor of the MED, and the high H is highway and traffic engineering. But there is another way of pronounce the acronym is HEAT for Mediterranean. So we hope that this program will be in HEAT, and the results will be what we are discussing today. This is a 3 years program, €1.5 million for the program. Involves 14 universities, and the idea is to create an harmonized and recognized system of curricula all around the Mediterranean in a specific important discipline for the mobility on land. And from the colleague from the maritime, we learned that we have to learn from the sea. And in Italy, I said, and I heard in a sentence, the Mediterranean is our land. So this is mobility on land and the maritime culture together. We are in the right direction. So this is the RMI people involved in the Tempus program. Leo Bensan is the president, myself vice president. Professor Siviero will give some comments later on. There is the director general, and the girl there is a doctoral student in my university that is the president of the young network inside RME, because we realized that the students should be involved personally, with the personal responsibility in pushing forward the ideas, the solution. So there is this network in the network, supported by RMEI, but completely independent, and they support with a flow of idea the responsible of the network. Here are the universities from the Erasmus and non-Erasmus countries from Europe, Asia, and Africa. There are the RMEI is responsible for the work package for the dissemination. The European universities are involved in create some standardization of the curricula in order to be compatible with the European credit system and the non-European credit system, in order to create something that could be recognized among all the partners. So there are, I think, two universities from Italy, one from Greece, one from Spain, one from Sweden, three from Egypt, two from Lebanon. I don't see the second one. There is another university, two from Lebanon, three from Morocco, and two from Tunisia. The direct responsibility of RMEI in this package is the dissemination. What we are designing, and we have some experience already on that in our universities, to create some platforms, free platforms that could be used for the continuous dissemination of teaching material, of video conferences, of focus on specific topic, and also some product like massive open online courses in order to share and an harmonized package of teaching material that could be the the result of a critical cooperation before starting the program, because the first 6 months of this Tempus program is dedicated to compare the profiles, to criticize, to accept the line to follow, in order to recognize I didn't say that this program is a program of a Master of Science level title. In this what will happen in the next 3 years. A Master of Science level delivered in all this university with an harmonized and accepted profiles and teaching material, with also the credit system will be homogenized and the title recognized. This is an offer of the networking system, not from one country, not from one continent, but from 3 continents. The only thing together is our platform, the marine platform, Mediterranean and Black Sea. The only thing that we have in common. It's not poor thing. Okay, the RMI also has a responsibility in a module in this health and security, tunnels and tunnel safety, traffic and bridges, because are topics that are not classic in the transportation and road engineering, but it means something that an interdisciplinarity for the land management in a common way, because as you know, the network of railways, of road, need common rules, regulation and so on, and common views. And this is what is the another idea going on is the dual doctorate. That is something that could enhance this globalization of vision. Is not the double doctorate, is not the 2 titles to the single student, or a double title to a single student. There are at least 2 students with the same topic, the same objective, analyzed from different perspectives in 2 different countries, in 2 different doctoral programs. The idea is going on now is to share the same objective, and after the end of the 2 doctoral programs, continue in a dialectic way in order to come up with a common solution with initial 2 different vision and the shared vision at the end, and the solution is a global solution shared by different universities, for instance. This is another initiative that is going on now. Is a system of stages in the industries or in the companies, organized by RMEI in a consortium with an organization of enterprises in the different countries, in order to offer to the students. Okay. Okay, this is the other point is the GAME, or GAME, is the Giovani Ambasciatori Mediterranei, is the network of the young doctoral students of the RMI countries, and the monument in the background is where we have an office in Italy, in Civitavecchia, offered by the University of Rome to the RMI and GAME. And these are the website of RMI and the system of GAME connection. And there are project presented in preparation to be presented to the Horizon 2020 program, and a conference of the Mediterranean Professional Order in Lecce, that in order to create a linkage among the professional orders all over the Mediterranean, Erasmus and non-Erasmus, and the universities. Professor Siviero could offer a comment for the conclusion.
much. I tried to condense my presentation in a few words because I spoke this morning. Some of the things which I had to say, I said in the beginning. For me, what is important is to recognize that the Mediterranean Sea is a common way. I mean, cultural attitude. We have just 3 points where we connect Asia and Africa with the Suez Canal, Gibraltar for the Africa and Europe, and I add this Turkey, which is just a fantastic place of thinking to the past. There's a second Rome, but maybe you can sit. Provate a stare zitti, scusate. Sorry. Because it's. But I would like to add also another strait, which is between Sicily and Tunisia. Sicily and Tunisia means that you divide the western part and the east part of the Mediterranean. This is very important psychologically, and this bridging as a concept, not only because I am dealing with bridges, I teach bridges and I'm a bridgeman, but it seems to me that the European community of Mediterranean universities is something more than a kind of a connection between universities. It's a kind of connection of mentalities. And I think this RMEI could evolve, being part of this, because the cultural heritage is maybe the common line of dealing with the things. And as I said this morning, this multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary way of dealing with the things. I mean, what is important is not only to listen ourselves, but to listen other people, exchange experience, and in a few hours get connection, making bridge between people with different mentality. And as soon as you go into details with other people, you feel that other people are more similar than you can imagine. But you have to be patient and listen so much what they say other people before getting your opinion. This is the best way of dealing with friendship, peace, and love. This is the reason why the bridge is the meaning of love. And the best bridge, you know what it is between a man and a woman, because it gives you a life. And this is another point when we feel this metaphoric way of dealing with the things. I think this opportunity, I have no more time to discuss some additional things, but I think there will be more occasion to having this Black Sea side, and on the other side, all the Africa situation from Morocco and Islam. Finally, I would like to tell you one thing. All Mediterranean countries, the north part, they have to think to the south, much more to think with the north. I'm afraid to tell you that in the north that they cannot understand our mentality because it's cold. It's just a physical situation. If it is cold, you don't feel the cold situation. They need a sauna. But we have the sauna in the proper way. Sometimes, normal condition. This is the reason why if you think to arrows are going, to my opinion, from north to south. And when we see the arrows going from south to north, it means that we have to get our common place, which is water, which is islands, which is Mediterranean attitude. So think that as soon as we come from south, we get profit of the sun. If you come from north, we lose something. But we get something when we have a friendship with our friends with the same culture. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
For everybody, and actually Professor Siviero has disclosed to us his core nature, because he is publishing a series of quaderni, a series of books with his collaborators, which are called ponteggiando in Italian, which means making bridges. So it's really the message that Professor Siviero, together with all the other people who have participated in this third session, has given. Of course, there could be time for a couple of questions if there are, otherwise the hypoglycemia suggests us to go directly to the lunch. So if there is somebody who wants to make a comment or to say something, please, Professor Salome.
Dear colleagues, I think this workshop for me has been very successful. We have learned from our experiences, and at the beginning we were not very determined to organize this workshop on internationalization of higher education, but at this point I think that we made a good decision. So I would like to thank all the people who contributed, who made contribution to this workshop, and their contributions will be remembered because we will remember this meeting here. And I would like to thank once again the rector of Uluslararasılaşma University, who showed us great hospitality here in this very nice university premise. And I also would like to thank my colleagues from CMU, Carlo and Franco, for their efforts to make this organization possible here in Samsun. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm a Chinese teacher from high school of.
Can you turn on your microphone? Or at least speak loud.
I'm a Chinese teacher from OMÜ, the High School of Foreign Language in OMÜ'de. Now it's audio. And I have been here for more than 3 years as the only Chinese teacher in our university, and I'm going to be one of the 2 Chinese teachers in our university because this Tuesday another Chinese teacher will come here. And then as a Chinese teacher and as a Chinese person, and then China is mentioned for many times in our speakers' presentations. So I want to ask something about Chinese, the cooperation between China and our Turkey and other countries. You know, China is more and more developing, and then, as I know, America and Britain, they would like to share something from China. There's a big result in education. American government and British government, they would like to open the special pass for the Chinese international students. As I know, Obama said in the future 5 years, 1 billion Chinese international students could come to America. But as I know, the cooperation between China and Turkey is going to developing. And for our university, more than 3 years ago, I came here in a program. I think our university has seen something with China. So I want to ask if other universities they saw this situation and they want to share something from this big cake. So what could we do to attract more Chinese international students? And then because this is a big sum of money. So I want to ask, what do you want to do with China in our education and other places? Thank you.
You were looking content. That's my impression.
Anyway, the culture doesn't have limits, so I think that it is always possible to start a collaboration with China as well as the whole world. And many times, quite a few times, it has been said this morning that we are not working only for the Mediterranean countries, but our goal and our desire is to enlarge these possibilities to Europe as well as all the world. So I thank you very much for your experience, and I think that it is always possible to collaborate. We are ready. Please.
I was going to make a comment. We work with universities in China, also in Hong Kong, and it's a special challenge. We find that Chinese parents are very, very meticulous in choosing a place to send their children outside the West. They're very concerned, they ask very specific questions, and I used to think that Turkish parents micromanage their kids. Chinese parents are much more serious about that. So it's a challenge to what we were all talking about, to have a comfort and safety level here for Chinese students, and to be able to communicate that to the parents. That's a special challenge we find.
Okay. Last comment. I'm sorry, I forgot to thank Nalan Kızıltan because she has done a great job here. So,
this very interesting and stimulating workshop can be closed, and I want to thank once again Professor Akan for his hospitality, but also Professor Salamer. When she says we, I think that she uses the so-called pluralis majestatis, because she was the one who wanted this workshop, and I thank you very, very much for it.
Professor Nihat Berker. Profesör Osman Kamil Sağ.
Onu kimde alayım göreceğim. Hepsini toplayayım.
He's not here either. Okay. Then this time we would like to invite the chair and all the guest speakers of the third session, or as we may call them, couples. Professor Carlo Di Benedetta. Professor Francesco Losurdo. Professor Muhammed Ali Hasan El Aswad. Professor Adriana Ceci. Profesor Vittoria Silano. Profesor Massimo Gorasio. And Professor Enzo Sriero.
I'd like to inform that we are going to sign the agreement for 3 master programs between CMU and OMÜ. Thank you for being here with us for internationalization. We hope we are going to keep on making some important contributions to the studies in this field. And now we are going to sign the agreement discussing some articles in the protocols. Okay, I invite the, let's say, members to go through if there are, let's say, something missing, or if you would like to add something or not, we are going to agree on the written agreement. We open the session. Thank you.
Thank you all for your contribution. I hope this agreement will work, not only in paper, but it will work.
Well, as the president of CMU, this will be the first time for me to sign an agreement on behalf of CMU, and I'm very happy that the first signature will be used for a Turkish university here. I hope hayırlı olacak.
İnşallah.
İnşallah. Hayırlı olsun.
İnşallah.
It should bring luck.
Yeah, good
Yani,
luck.
good luck. Good luck. Yes.
Also on the pages, not only on the last.
All the pages will be just the short one. Okay.
Just initial. Later we're going to seal. Okay, just signatures.
Bir tane daha çeker misiniz? Ben sadece gözümü kırpıyorum.
We need a new photo to change.
Tamam mı?
We open the way, academicians will run for with step.
Okay. Allah utandırmasın.
Hayırlı olsun. Olsun. Hayırlı olsun.
I will love also.
Goes well. Okay, thank you so much. In our culture, to start something well, we have to eat something sweet. Therefore, now we have a surprise. Logos of CMU and OMÜ.
Nalan hocam siz de öyle geçin. Öyle geçin. Hocam arkaya geçin. Fotoğrafını çekin. Ya çekeriz.
Çok güzel olmuş.
Bunu kesemem. Bu rektöre yakışır. Rektöre yakışır. Hadi bakalım. Ne yapacağız? Böyle bir şey mi? Maşallah. Maşallah.
Çekiyoruz hocam. Teşekkür ederiz.